You know, it's funny, HD, that you said that in the Discord and you say that now, because I was literally going to open the stream by talking about apologizing for being late and explaining my theater kid thing about that, because the whole time I was like, God damn it, I have to go live, I have to go live, I have to go live, and lo and behold, you were on task with poking me about it. Hello, 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 HD and everybody hanging out. It's finally time for more of Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. Or as I like to call it, Magic Ace Attorney. You do, you do. And we love this for you. If you haven't heard, I wasn't able to do this last weekend because I had my mom in town and we did Thanksgiving then for some reason that I still don't fully grasp, but whatever, it's fine, because I don't get to see my mom too much. Today, after like 3 days? No, it's surely not 4 days. After a greater than 2 number of days of not having caffeine, I am on my second cup of extra caffeinated tea, so I'm feeling good this morning, because I slept in, I was like, no, I gotta break the streak, I need caffeine this morning. Morning, CJ. And yes, today we go into the final case. It's still weird that I have to do this, like, by hitting new game. Attorney of the Arcane. We're getting the full title drop. The caffeine purge was on purpose. One of my many health issues that I'm starting to notice, I think was getting exacerbated by having a lot of caffeine. So it's like, let me try cutting it out and see if the problem goes away. It kind of did. So today kind of needs to be the only caffeine for a while. Well, I did have caffeine yesterday because I had peace tea, but that's like just regular tea caffeine and not like the hyper caffeinated tea that I'm currently drinking. So whatever, it's fine. And I learned last night that I might have arthritis in my neck, so your streamer is getting old, everyone. Hug your grandparents. Yeah. I'm gonna waffle over that if I don't tell it now. So, I, like, turned my head to look at something after stream, and I heard, like, a weird, like, creak. I was like, oh, that's weird. Are, like, my glasses rubbing up against something? Or, like, are they breaking? I figured this out. So I took my glasses off, and I was, like, kind of examining them. They looked fine. I, like, turned my head to, like, look at them from a different angle. I still heard the creak. I'm like, oh! So, you know, I go look on Google, and they're like, oh yeah, that might be just, you know, gas or bubbles trapped in, like, the neck joints. Or it might be arthritis. I'm like, God damn it. So, I'm hoping it's not, but with my luck lately with my health, it's probably neck arthritis. Anyway, happy investigative times. I've killed people. I don't know who this is, so they're gonna get the Tyrion voice for now. They were usually criminals or bandits. But, oh, wait! No! This is Celeste! This is absolutely Celeste! But it still frightened me how unaffected I was by their deaths. It always came so easily to me. I was good at it, a little too good. People told me that taking the lives of others would be hard, but I never felt that uneasiness, not even once. It made me think that I was some kind of unfeeling monster. And maybe I am. But it's absolutely Celeste. 100% Celeste. But the time I spent with you filled me with more happiness than I could have ever dreamed of. Instead of taking lives, I could save them alongside you. Sorry if my voice is a little off. I think it's going to clear up as I go along, but I'm feeling a little gunk in my throat today. It felt good to protect you. I felt needed when I knew you were relying on me. It made me feel like I was actually worth something to someone. And whenever I saw the light in your eyes, it filled my heart with a warm feeling that I've never felt before. But it was too good to be true, wasn't it? In the end, I failed you. I couldn't protect you, just like I couldn't protect my father. I don't understand. What did you ever see in someone like me? Episode 5, Attorney of the Arcane. Tyrion?
You still haven't gotten out of bed yet. It's almost noon.
Oh! Awesome. Yeah, that's where I expected to get arthritis, because it's so much like gaming. I was like, it's absolutely going to hit my wrists, right? It has to hit my wrists. I think it would be wild if it hit my neck for some goddamn reason. I don't know, maybe I headbanged too much when I was, like, really into metal instead of just kind of into metal and not actually headbanging at concerts like now, because I'm old. I think I just want to rest today.
You've been saying that for the last 10 days. Someone is actually here to see you. You should really get out of bed.
Is it Timora?
No.
I'm still not really in the mood. Can you just send them away? Technic. Oh! It's Arya. Okay, I figured she was lying, and that's why I delivered the line like that.
That's a bit rude, but I suppose I can overlook it this time.
So, deal with. As the prosecutor enters your room, you immediately leap out of bed. Please tell me we sleep naked. You try to futilely clean your unkempt hair, but you're just making it worse. Yeah!
Tyrion! Pants!
Right! Sorry!
We'll give you some time to ready yourself. I knew he was in a rut, but I certainly didn't expect this. I know, I'm really worried about him. I empathize with his situation, but it's been a month already. Have you tried speaking with him? He has opened up to you before. I did, but I think he's really broken up over what happened with Ruby. She's basically the closest thing he had to a family. I see. Perhaps he just needs more time.
He sleeps in everything besides pants. After taking some time to make yourself presentable, you exit your room to greet the prosecutor properly. Sorry about that.
No, I suppose the fault is mine. I shouldn't have intruded.
Anyways, what brings you here?
Are you doing well, Mr. Cuthbert? You seem...
I'm fine.
Of course. I just couldn't help but notice your absence. You haven't taken any of the clients since Beatrice's trial.
I'm going to be honest. I'm not even sure if I want to be a defense attorney anymore, then become a prosecutor, man.
What?
I've spent my whole life training to be one. But I was only doing it because someone else told me to.
Did you not enjoy it? You are very skilled at it.
I don't know. I've been trying to take some time to think about everything. But you still haven't found any answers. Thank you, Arya.
Have you considered becoming a prosecutor? Your time as my stand-in made it clear that you have the ability to.
A prosecutor? You would have never even considered that a year ago. But you understand now. There are criminals who need to be brought to justice. And despite how difficult she is to face, Steelwind never engages in outright corruption like the other prosecutors of the Crown. Yeah, you two can be like a two-person reform team within the prosecutor's office. If you follow her example, you could fight injustice that way. But even if you did that, you'd just be following in someone else's footsteps. Just like before. I'll think about it.
Please do. At this point, I could use all the help I can find.
Have your injuries been healing well?
Yes, Nightbrave's skill in necromancy is quite remarkable. I'm glad I introduced him to House Asclepius.
Asclepius?
House Asclepius specializes in the study of necromancy. After Nightbrave's expulsion from the Academy, I thought it was only right that he be allowed to continue his studies. Right, he mentioned that he owed you a favor.
Wait, did the chat tracker already die? Or am I just being paranoid? Okay, no, we're good.
It's only logical. It'd be a waste to let someone of his talents fade into obscurity.
I'd actually kind of be down if Tyrion does end up becoming a prosecutor here. You're glad Wallace was able to continue his studies. He clearly wants to use his talents to better society. He's definitely in a better place than you are right now. Even so, should you still be moving around like this? Hasn't it been a month? You should take some time off to recover.
As much as I would like to, there's been a recent uptick in cases of mage blight lately.
Mage blight. You recall hearing about that many times. If a mage exceeds their stamina by overusing their magic, it starts to affect their mind and sends them into a violent frenzy.
To make matters worse, the nobility has been trying to suppress information about these incidents.
Right. It's not a good look whenever a mage goes on a murderous rampage. Because WoW would be cool with him becoming a prosecutor, because I was thinking about this morning, like, why I like these kinds of games. And I do really enjoy... let me rephrase that before I even start phrasing it. As much as I complain about the investigation segments, sometimes because, like, the logic can be a little weird, that's what I enjoy most, because, like, I've never been with the police, but I have done the work of a detective before, just in a corporate perspective. That's the only way to make sense without going on like a 10-minute tangent about what exactly I did. That's just the easiest way to explain it. So, I don't know. It brings back them old memories, I guess. And like prosecutor, that's a little more dead on. You're outright investigating who the criminal is, how they did it, etc. I mean, we still do that as a defense attorney because the Ace Attorney inspiration, but it would be another way for this game to like get further away from the like, oh, it's Ace Attorney with a fantasy coat of paint allegations that are accurately applied to it. So I think it would be neat.
I was actually surprised to see you here, Celeste. Well, I can't just leave him alone anymore. He ticked off a criminal overlord. They're definitely gonna send someone after him, and he can't really take care of himself right now.
Celeste, your thoughts are leaking.
Hey, get out of my head! What?
It's nothing.
I am surprised, though. Not many people select the Eye-Taker and live. He's known for taking swift retaliation against his enemies. We're hoping he's laying low after his plan with Beatrice fell through. That does match with the reports I've read. Supposedly he's been absent from many of his enterprises.
Wait, so you know what his enterprises are, but you don't... Well, I imagine it's like you know what his enterprises are, but you don't have enough evidence to, like, prove it in court, sort of a deal. Like, I imagine the cops deal with that all the time. Either way, you're not looking forward to dealing with it. It's bad enough that you're already on the nobility's bad side. It sure is, buddy.
By the way, Tyrion, Ruby sent another letter. Do you want to...
Put it with the rest.
Right. Have you spoken to her since the trial? I see, that does explain her recent mood. Right, you two probably see each other a lot. I've prosecuted a few of her clients recently. But it's clear she's not nearly as threatening as before.
Be nice to mommy, Tyrion. It's true. Celeste is like a killing machine,
but she still has feelings.
Could we talk about something else?
Of course, my apologies. Oh, the tea's ready.
I'll take a sip of tea to that.
Oh, thank you. Some tea sounds lovely right now. Right. I was totally making it for you guys.
Aw. She walks to the cabinet in your kitchen, and she takes out 2 more teacups.
You guys better enjoy this. These are my last bags of... Whoa!
As she walks over to you, she slips on a scroll case that you left on the floor. She regains her balance, but the teacups slip out of her hands. The boiling liquid is airborne and is heading right toward your face.
Big Aqua!
Celeste reacts immediately and points her index finger at the tea. Her magic takes hold, and the tea freezes just inches from your face. She breathes a sigh of relief and she brings the tea back into their cups. I mean, if you just poured the liquid, it's not even really tea yet. It's basically just like hot water that's still becoming tea. Like, you gotta steep it at least a little. Back with sound, my god. Well, welcome, Repu. To quickly catch you back up to speed, Tyrion's depressed. The girls are trying to help him. He hasn't talked with, Ruby.
You really need to clean this place. I'm your bodyguard, not your maid.
Right. Sorry about that.
That was shaped liquid, wasn't it? Yeah.
Duration indefinitely. Oh, right. That was the spell that was used for murder in the first case. Oh, I never expected you to...
I know, but it's just too convenient not to have.
She's really opened her mind about learning new spells. You remember when you first met her? Back then, she only knew how to cast Mage Blade. She hated magic back then. You never imagined how diverse her repertoire would become. Repertoire, great word.
Another visitor?
I'm already up. I'll check it.
Well, whoever they are, I'm not giving up any more of my lotus tea.
You open the door and don't see anyone, but there's a letter in your mailbox. You take a closer look at the envelope. It's sealed with candle wax. Is there a noble house seal on it? There's a crest on it. It's the insignia of House Pierce. You quickly open the letter and read it. Despite supposedly being written by a noble, the paper has been torn in half. Suspicious. But the message is clear. So wait, it was torn in half and then sealed into an envelope? That's weird. Also, House Pierce. I'm already starting some deductions here, chat. I'm starting to cook. Even though I only have one ingredient. House Pierce, their whole thing is that they were doing that industrialization, and they're putting their house seal on a lot of their products, so it would be extremely easy to fake a message from them at this point. So I don't think we should trust this is actually from House Pierce. Because they're idiots, and they suck. Anyway, but the message is clear. Which one is Garrick Pierce? Is that Fancy Boy? Oh, from the first case. Okay. I hope you understand. I would have never contacted you unless I had no other choice. I know the truth behind McCoy's true parentage, and I'm aware of how vital this information is to you. As you know, my execution is scheduled for next month, and I'm running out of time. I want to trade this information with you. In exchange, you will grant me my freedom. Meet me in the private prayer room within the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord at 2 p.m. You will save me from my fate, or else... What? Okay. So, it was obviously intended for us because... Well, wait, McCoy's true parentage could be of interest to someone else. So, because the Steelwinds were starting to look into it, Arya definitely took an interest. I imagine her father might know as well, because we did run into him. So it could have been intended for the Steelwinds. So this still could have been intercepted and rerouted to us. I know, right? I mean, italics, but yeah. Oh, game, you are so good to me. Let me just... Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh. I know how you feel. But aren't these the answers you've been looking for?
I don't care! We're not going to help him!
That was never an option, but there's clearly more to this.
I agree. How was he able to find out in the first place? The truth is, Celeste, I've also been looking into your parentage. What?
Thank you, Repu. Thank you, HD.
Why didn't you say anything? I'm sorry, but I didn't want to raise your hopes. And I was apparently right to do so. I couldn't find any information regarding your birth.
So if you couldn't find anything, how was Pierce able to?
House Pierce is low in the political hierarchy. He doesn't have access to the resources I do. He does own the land the McCoy Tavern is on. But frankly, this whole situation is quite suspect.
Why would he ask for my help? I was the one who indicted him in the first place. Even if I did agree to help him, it would be nearly impossible for me to get him an acquittal.
He must be desperate. His execution is scheduled for next month, after all. It's possible that he reached out to Timora as well. Still, I can't believe that he'd set up a meeting at the Grand Cathedral, today of all days.
And angry face from Arya as well. Game, all you need to do is show me some nice lady thighs and we will hit the full degenerate jackpot for me. Why? What's happening there?
I'm sorry, but it's not my place to tell you.
Ominous. Wait, is it like the... No, it wouldn't be the day of her wedding. She would be way too busy to... No, there's no way it would be the day of her wedding. She would be way too busy to check in on us. If it's like afternoon and he wants to meet... Well, it could be happening... No, that would be stupid. That would be stupid. There's no way that's the thing. If that's the thing, I'm going to be very angry.
Arya, can I talk with Tyrion alone for a minute? Of course, I'm sure you have much to discuss. I actually have business at the cathedral today. Can't believe he'd use that as an opportunity. I'll be taking my leave.
I'm sorry. I'm sure this is just bringing up bad memories for you.
We should meet with him.
What?
We're not going to help him, obviously, but I had an idea. He's probably really scared of his execution, right? He's desperate enough to ask you for help.
I suppose that's true.
So, think about how stressed he would be if you showed up and refused to help him.
Ah. I could use the Eye of Horus on him. Oh, that's right. She knows about our power now.
We can get the info we need without having to give him anything.
But are you really okay with this? You'll have to see him again.
Yeah, I'll manage. And it'll be worth it if we can finally get the answers I'm looking for.
You've already gotten your hopes up, but there's no guarantee that he actually knows the truth. Okay, so my prediction about what's going to happen. That letter was intended for Timora. It was intercepted and rerouted to us by Creepy Goth Girl. Creepy Goth Girl is going to be there and is going to mind control Celeste into murdering Garrick Pierce right in front of us. Therefore, it's kind of like, it seems to be bringing it full circle. Therefore, we'll be bringing it full circle by having the first case being defend Celeste from an accusation of murder. The fifth case will also be defending her from an accusation of murder, but it's a murder she's actually committed, but she was manipulated into committing it. So we're going to have to prove that Goth Girl has the mind control powers. So that's what's going to bring this whole thing full circle. And it's going to be really hard because she's going to do the murder in front of a bunch of witnesses. It's going to be impossible to deny. And she's going to have a clear motive because she's going to be murdering the man who killed her father. I want to reiterate, I'm playing this blind. Please don't tell me if I'm right. I just like you guys to know where my head is at. He could just be bluffing to get you to help him. But if he does know, you can't just ignore this. You need to verify his claims yourself. Like I said, the old detective-ish instincts kind of... Well, and old writer's instincts. Like, that seems like a logical, like, plotline I would lay out if I was writing the game. I kind of draw on, like, both pools of experience when I'm doing this shit.
So this is the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord.
Have you never been here before? I thought you spent a lot of time in Rathholm.
The Church of Bahamut wasn't that popular in my hometown, and I've never been the religious type. Too much murder.
Made you look.
What about you?
It never really caught on with me. And apparently my roots are more celestial than draconic. Aren't those the same thing in this world? Question mark.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. He certainly has the looks for it.
Ooh, horny Celeste. Your thoughts are leaking again.
Can you stop?
I can't exactly turn it off, you know. Do those mental exercises I taught you. Yeah, you know, channel your KOTOR too. Just let him hear you playing Pazak.
Ugh.
Oh boy. As you approach the Grand Cathedral, you see a large blockade guarded by legions of the Kingsguard.
It's closed off. Is there some kind of event going on?
You recall Steelwind mentioning that she was heading here as well. The nobility must be using the cathedral grounds for something. Might explain why Pierce wanted to meet you here. It's probably secluded from prying eyes today, and has a shit ton of security, so Celeste will be rapidly apprehended. Tyrion Cuthbert. As you approach the blockade, one of the knights notices you. He glances at you and Celeste. We've been expecting you. I see. You exchange glances with Celeste, but you both enter the cathedral grounds. The main building is massive, yet mostly empty. You only see a few people within, and most of them are quite familiar. You spot Leif and Miriam as you head further into the room. They both avoid eye contact with you, but it doesn't seem to be purely out of resentment. As soon as they see you, they move their conversation elsewhere. It's clear they still have mixed feelings about how you convicted their sister. Oh god. In another corner of the room, you spot Lloyd Von Sanctus speaking with another individual. Oh, that's right, it was the Von Sanctuses that were doing the whole thing with the seal. I am way off, so okay. It probably truly was a message from House Pierce then. This guy is the one that was putting his family crest on absolutely everything like a moron. Who is this modern-day Fire Emblem character? She seems to be someone of equal social standing. You feel like you've seen her somewhere before, but you can't quite remember where. As soon as you enter the room, Von Sanctus flashes a quick look of disdain at you. You see him slowly move his conversation out of the room as well. And finally, you see Lucio Steelwind speaking with his daughter, along with the two princes. You seem to be speaking with another individual you haven't met before. Is that the king? Oh shit, are they gonna make, is Celeste gonna be mind-controlled into doing regicide? Ooh. I don't... No, I'm gonna stick with my original theory. When he notices you, his gaze narrows. He stares at the two of you warily. Aster especially seems surprised to see you here. He and Lucio ask the prosecutor something, but you can't quite hear their conversation. When she responds, Aster raises his eyebrows, and Lucio's expression darkens. What's going on here?
This is a little awkward.
Yeah. But we have some time before our meeting with Pierce. You want to do some sightseeing?
Oh, are you asking me out?
We are literally already out.
Sure, why not? Picked up this map from the entrance. We can use it to navigate through the area.
Okay, so we're already at the murder scene, if they given us a map. This doesn't show how these are connected, which is weird. But very well. Common room, garden, prayer room, balcony, high speaker's quarters. That must be like their high priest, I suppose.
I'm also a little interested in what all these nobles are doing here.
It is strange. Perhaps someone can tell you more. Probably Prince Aster, because he is the only one here who doesn't... Well, Arya's also cool with us, but he is the highest ranking person that doesn't fucking hate us.
I think I saw Arya over there. We should go say hi.
As you approach the group, the Grand General and the unnamed nobles stare at the two of you. Hello. The nobleman looks at you and then at Celeste. He silently scans the two of you. It's as if he's trying to read something. He then walks away without a word. That's absolutely the king.
Rude. At this point, I'm kinda used to it.
Mr. Cuthbert, Miss McCoy, I'm surprised to see you here.
What? I thought you were the one who invited them.
I'm sad to say that I didn't. Although I am happy to see you two nonetheless. What brings you to the Grand Cathedral today?
We're actually invited by another noble. We have a meeting with him. What? None of the people here are allowed to invite guests. Why did the guards stop? Oh, they said they were expecting us. What?
It was Lord Pierce who invited them.
It's that little... And to think I granted his request for temporary release.
I'm sure he meant no disrespect by it. He probably had his reasons.
Also, why would the request for release be granted by you? You're the leader of the military, not, like, like a court justice. Then again, nobles' power structure gets a little fucky, whatever. How can you say that? Oh my god, it's literally the day of his wedding. I hate this. How can you say that? This is the day of your... He stops himself mid-sentence and clears his throat. Make no mistake, even if he is a dead man, I will have words with him about this. I have to ask, why are all of these nobles gathered here? You've taken over the entire Grand Cathedral. As you ask that question, everyone seems tense up. The prosecutor awkwardly looks at the two princes. Yeah, why would not the heir to the crown, like, getting married, not be like a massive event? I mean, I guess for security reasons, but you'd think they'd at least, like, publicize it. Be like, oh, look at the grandeur of our kingdom, as the heir to the throne marries, the scion of House Steelwind, blah 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 blah. Prince Alaric avoids eye contact with everyone and just stares at the ground.
I'm sorry, but I'm not at liberty to tell you that. It's a matter of public safety.
I see. It's a little strange, but you can read the room. Prying isn't the best thing to do right now. You said that Lord Pierce invited you here. For what reason? I can't really tell you that. You will tell us if it poses a threat to the nobles in attendance.
But please, Lord Steelwind, there's no need for that. Mr. Cuthbert would never do anything to put anyone's life in danger.
As you wish, your majesty. Is this the reason why Pierce asked for temporary release? Interesting. So Pierce was temporarily released to attend whatever this is. He could have met with you in his cell, but perhaps he wanted to be away from prying eyes.
Lady Steelwind, your majesty, the High Speaker is ready to speak with you. Wonderful, I've been looking forward to this all day. Shall we go together, Miss Steelwind?
Yes, your majesty, she would like to accompany you.
Wonderful, we shouldn't keep him waiting.
Okay.
I love how much she just melts around her betrothed. Scaled Lord. How does she plan to marry him if she can't even speak properly in his presence? Isn't this an arranged marriage? She didn't really have a say in it.
Honestly, I also have something important to do. Good day to you, commoners. He's going towards the washrooms.
I will be taking my leave as well, but make no mistake, my men will be keeping an eye on you too. Everyone has left the room now. Perhaps you should move somewhere else. You know, keep following people places and keep bothering everyone. Oh, what are you doing here? Did you follow us?
Not intentionally.
Trust me. Trust me, you're the last person we wanted to see today. What voice do I give to you, underage Fire Emblem character? You look like a very serene sort. So maybe like,
Hush now, Bon Sanctus. If they are here by chance, it is because the cosmic balance wills it so.
Oh, are you the High Speaker? Or are you like some kind of priestess or priest? Are you someone of the cloth? Oh, not this again. Sorry, I don't think we've met.
I am Corlin Sybil, Lady of the House of Sybil.
Wait, I'm sorry. I saw that age 38? This lady is not 38. That's a child. That's a child. Sure, whatever, game. Whatever. So this is the head of the Fourth Pillar family. She's not quite what you were expecting. Between her, Lucio, Lloyd, and William, she definitely seems the most agreeable. For better or worse, you've already gotten to know the other Pillar families decently well. It might benefit you to learn more about her. She's seriously... I'm sorry, I just need to double-check that profile. 38, Jesus. Arcane Art Divination. Okay, good to know. Why is the doll... Oh, God. Oh, right, because she's here. Right. And of course, we always have Eris Ilmater's profile. Ugh. So you're the leader of House Sybil. What does your family do exactly?
How are you this ignorant?
Each of the 4 pillars, as you commoners call them, control different branches of the kingdom's government. House Steelwind oversees national defense and law enforcement. House Frege oversees economic development and finances. House Von Sanctus handles commerce, both local and international. And finally, there's House Sybil. We handle the kingdom's legislative and judicial branches.
Wait, I'm sorry. So, House Steelwind oversees law enforcement. House Sybil oversees judicial? Oh, I guess that's not that weird. Like, you know, the US has, like, the judicial branch, and then technically law enforcement is under the executive branch, because their whole thing is enforcement of the laws. Never mind, that's not weird.
She's your boss.
She would be if I became a prosecutor. That would also mean you're responsible for our kingdom's justice system.
That is correct.
Oh, wonderful, here we go.
Lady Sybil, are you aware of the rampant corruption happening within your justice system?
I suppose it's only inevitable that you'd see it that way.
Am I wrong? I've been involved in plenty of court cases, and it's very obvious. All your courts care about is closing cases as quickly as possible. Tyrion's like, oh, I should get to know the final major noble family. Let's immediately piss her off. The system is corrupt to its core. The courts don't even try to hide it half of the time.
Yet you prevailed against this so-called corruption in each and every one of your cases.
Only against every conceivable odd, and I can't be everywhere. Do you have any idea how many commoners are falsely convicted every day?
If they are convicted under my system, it's only because the cosmic balance deems it so.
What are you even talking about?
The cosmic balance is the natural order of things. Under it, the guilty are punished while the innocent are protected.
And yet, when a noble commits a crime, they only need to waive their influence to escape any consequences. All of their victims are forced to suffer in silence. Or worse, an innocent commoner is framed for the crime.
Regardless of your personal feelings, our kingdom needs the nobility to govern the people.
Corlin, you'll be first up against the wall when the revolution comes. I need to introduce you to a choppy boy.
If they were held to the same standards as commoners, our society would surely collapse.
Good. You take back what you said about her being the most agreeable of the 4 pillars. So you think nobles like Pierce and Von Sanctus should just be allowed to get away with murder?
Are you still sore about that? I'm sure you realized it by now. I have more than paid for what happened with Jason Wynn.
His name was Justin Way.
And if you were truly paying for your crimes, you would be in prison right now. I know no less and feel tired. Relatable. I feel like that a fair bit when I start researching something. Morning, Cody. And yeah. I love capitalism, Rapu, but sometimes when I see a bad system, it just needs to burn. It just needs to burn. Like, the newest expansion of Final Fantasy XIV introduces, like, oh, here's this, like, weird other culture. They're kind of evil, but maybe we need to understand them. And the whole time I'm like, no, your whole society is bad. You all need to burn. I'm talking about Alexandria, for those who know Final Fantasy XIV.
Von Sanctus made a mistake. But removing him from his position would only create more suffering. Our government is barely recovering from the death of William Frege. Wyverngard can't suffer the loss of another house leader this close to that.
The way I see it, I think you nobles overestimate your importance in our lives. We'd probably be fine without you. Comrade Tyrion.
And I suppose you commoners are capable of coordinating macroeconomic initiatives. But I suppose you're also capable of engaging with diplomacy with the other nations. Face it, as much as you are loath to admit it, ours is a symbiotic relationship.
More like a parasitic relationship.
So, so what? The common folk should just continue to suffer for the good of our nation? Lady Sybil, the people of the kingdom you claim to be protecting are suffering because of your inaction.
My inaction? You place the blame on me, but what have you done? You were once a champion of your so-called justice, but you've stopped your work as a defense attorney. How many lives could you have saved in the month that you spent on vacation? It's not his responsibility to solve your mess.
Oh, that's true. The borders are very closed. That's a great point.
You have no idea how much he suffered trying to do the right thing.
Celeste. Also, she completely just deflected that. Like, did not address our point at all.
Perhaps you're right. He shouldn't bear that kind of responsibility alone. But every commoner has the ability to learn and practice law as you do, Mr. Cuthbert. So why are you one of the few commoners that do so? From what I've heard, you're one of the few people who defend mages of the common folk. Every other attorney wouldn't even consider taking them as clients. Perhaps the problem lies in the common folk, then. They are fully capable of rising to defend the so-called innocent, yet they do nothing.
Never mind, this was clearly a mistake. Let's go, Celeste. Oh, damn. Guess it was a good thing I gave you that week break to get caught up then, huh? It is the finale case, after all.
Yeah.
Finally! Thank the Scaled Lord!
You okay?
Yeah, I guess I should have expected that. But I never expected someone with so much power to be so out of touch with reality. Yeah, imagine that happening. Someone being completely disconnected with reality, despite being in a position of authority. Could never happen. Never!
Come on, let's go somewhere else. We still have some time before the meeting.
Present. Damn, I wanted to present her with a weapon. The Knave? Oh, that's like the is that the proper name for, like, the main room of a church? I don't think Why is there a party hat on the Pegasus? Huh. You find yourself in the Grand Cathedral's garden and stumble upon a strange statue.
Wow, that's a little out of place. What even is it?
Crap, which one are you, Beatrice? I don't know. This is a character we've only just met. So, I think she seemed to be going on a lot about, cosmic balance, so I think it might be some kind of religious thing that she keeps on her. Wait, which one was Beatrice? Beatrice Frege, Oh, have we not met her? Yeah, we'll learn together.
If my memory is correct, it's a Pegasus.
Ah! Hello, friends! Oh, right, this bitch. As you inspect the contemporary piece of artwork, you're startled by a familiar voice. And it looks like she's not alone either. Along with Eris, she seems to be accompanied by both of her sisters. But, Beatrice, aren't you supposed to be...
Dead?
Sorry, I wasn't trying to say...
No, it's perfectly understandable. You, of all people, know what was on my blood contract. But it appears that the Lady of Discord isn't going to kill me just yet. Do you really have to do that?
What?
Never mind.
Right. It's a little awkward speaking to the Frege sisters after everything that's happened. But they don't seem hostile, and all things considered, you prefer their company over Sybil's. Although, you're still not sure how you feel about speaking with a murderer, especially one that you indicted. But Beatrice clearly knows more about demons and their kind than you do. You wonder if she knows anything about the Heavensborn. First, I gotta look at that party hat, because what the fuck? What is that thing, this thing, by the way? You called it a Pegasus earlier.
It's a creature of divine origin. Many people believe that the angels of the upper planes rode these creatures into battle.
I see.
Do you feel some kinship to it?
I can only feel its suffering.
What?
Its face is contorted into an expression of pure agony. It screams out in terror, yet no one can hear its pleas for mercy.
Queen, I think he's broken.
Someone ignorant of its plight has placed some kind of vain party hat upon its head. It's as if they are mocking its torment, like some kind of demon torturing a poor soul in the fields of Avernus.
What are you even saying?
I'm sorry. I need to take a moment to think about what I've just witnessed here. We all should.
Alright, Tyrion, you go do that.
Everyone is here. I had no idea. Yeah, it's like they're having a surprise birthday party for it. It's perfectly normal. Perfectly normal. That was weirder than I expected. So, you seem to be doing well, all things considered.
You mean how a demon now has ownership of my soul?
Yeah, that.
How can you be so calm about this? I must agree with Miriam. It's a little unnerving how nonchalantly you're treating this. I suppose it's the knowledge that everything is out of my hands now. There's something peaceful about it. That's certainly a positive way to look at it.
You know, my offer still stands. I can try to help you.
At the risk of your own life?
Which part of the contract would you dispute anyways? The Divine Edict made you aware of every element in her blood contract. There was very little room for interpretation. It was airtight.
The demon I signed the contract with was very meticulous about the details. I've spent the last 5 years looking for any possible loopholes, but I didn't find anything substantial I could use. I don't even think disputing it is possible.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. You defeated me. I won't suffer your pity.
I feel like we always end up randomly meeting like this, Eris. What brings you here?
I requested to accompany Beatrice to this event. After all, I don't have many opportunities to enter a church like this.
I can imagine. By the way, is your father still...
Oh, if you're worried about him, we've already had a conversation about you. I don't think he'll be accosting you anytime soon.
Oh. Thank you.
That seems too good to be true. How'd you pull something like that off? He may look like a hardened criminal, but he's always had a soft spot for his family. He also owed me, and I have a way of making people see things my way. She's right about that.
Tyrion! Are you just not gonna comment on how obviously suspicious this all is? God damn, my dude! Wait, if you're here, does that mean Manarath is also...
Oh heavens no, there's no way they'd let me bring him here of all places. I left him at the entrance with the Kingsguard. If he tries to escape, that knight over there is ordered to kill me.
She gestures towards a knight that's silently watching the sisters from afar. You're surprisingly calm about this.
Please, I regularly deal with demons. This is nothing in comparison to that. You really haven't changed. I suppose not.
Wait, does that mean you can't see right now? How did you know which statue I was looking at?
It's a lucky guess. That grotesque statue certainly makes an impression on you. Oh, Manarath just spoke with me. He wanted me to let you know that he can spell your celestial stink from the entrance.
Love you too, Manarath.
Oh, wow. I probably shouldn't repeat his response to that.
By the way, you seem to know a lot more about these things than I do. What exactly is, Heavensborn?
What, do you seriously not know? But you know how to issue a divine edict. That's a very advanced technique.
It sort of came to me in the moment.
What? Anyways, I'm quite surprised you don't know about your lineage.
Perhaps my mother knew, but I lost her when I was really young.
Ah. I see you have my condolences.
But... Oh, pardon me. Ugh, what isn't wrong with me lately? Goddamn. Okay, think I'm good. Sorry, just nasty cough all of a sudden. Better not be getting sick.
But to answer your question, Heavensborn is a human whose bloodline has been touched by the gods.
Gods? You mean like the Scaled Lord?
No, I'm speaking of the actual gods. Beatrice, you can't say that here! Oh, come off it. What's the church going to do? Arrest me? Anyways, your blood has been touched by the celestials of the upper planes. Much like my soul is bound to the abyssal hells, your soul is consecrated and tied to the heavens.
The heavens. Is that why you're able to use the Eye of Horus? Is it some kind of angelic power? Keep up, man! We learned this!
Make no mistake, though. If you find yourself under the wrong circumstances, even you can be sent to hell.
So believe in Jesus, or Dragon Jesus! The Church of Bahamut is prominent in Wyverngard, but this is the first time I've heard of the Celestial Gods.
Ah, that makes sense. It's probably because of Wyverngard's bloody history with the Theocracy of Lumina.
The Theocracy, aren't they the nation east of us?
Yes, the Luminites worship the Celestial Gods, while our people worship the ancient dragons. A few centuries ago, our nation was locked in a bitter war with the Luminites. Even now, the Crown sees the celestial religions as a threat to our draconic culture. The Church has done its best to wipe out any religions that worship the Celestials.
I see.
But if your bloodline is blessed by the Celestials, does that mean that our kids will also be Heavensborn?
Celeste, you can't be pregnant. Don't drop this on me now. I suppose so. I think my mother was also a... Wait! What did you just say?
Your kids! I asked if your kids will be Heavensborn.
So this is like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. But she's happy. Oh, I must have misheard you then.
Wow. Only we're always this easy to lie to.
Anyways, I'm a little curious about the Theocracy of Lumina. If they worship Celestials there, would I find other Heavensborn there?
Heavensborn aren't that common there, either. Frankly, I'm surprised there's even one Heavensborn living in Wyverngard. How did your bloodline even find its way here?
I suppose I don't really know. My mother never told me much about our ancestry.
That makes sense. If the Church of Bahamut knew what you were, they would have definitely hunted you down.
Great! The last thing you need is another faction that wants to kill you.
Anyways, travel into and out of Wyverngard is technically illegal.
That's right, as CJ pointed out.
And I doubt Lord Steelwind would make an exemption for you. He is an old veteran of the Great Luminite War.
Veteran? Vet?
Oh no.
I hate the vet. I'm not going. You'll never take me alive.
You all watch as Tracker frantically runs through the garden, barking loudly. Leif chases after him as he runs towards someone.
I should probably go help her.
It's almost 2 p.m. anyways. We should head to the prayer room. Thank you for answering my questions, Beatrice. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help you with your situation.
Of course.
Let's go, Celeste.
Right. Try not to look so down. It's almost time for the main event.
Why did you bring me here?
Oh, who knows?
Whatever you're planning to make me do, please don't make me harm my sisters.
You're in no position to make demands. You'll just have to see for yourself.
Stay safe, Mr. Cuthbert.
I love this evil bitch. I do hate how oblivious Tyrion is to her, but it has been a delight to see her just delighting in just being complete and utter unrepentant evil, like throughout every case. Well, except for the first. Wait, was she involved in the first case? No, we didn't meet her until case 2. She was aware of Tyrion's existence because of the dream sequence at the end of the first case. So I don't think it's likely that she had a hand in killing Mr. McCoy. Maybe. Are you ready?
Yeah, at least I hope so.
If it becomes too much for you, don't hesitate to leave. I'll need a few moments to look into his mind.
No, I'm the one who asked you to do this. And I'm not going to leave you alone with him.
All right, if that's what you want.
Tyrion?
Yeah?
Thank you for doing this. It really means a lot to me.
Of course, this will finally give you the answers you've been looking for. Oh! Alright, random passage from the Art of War. Let's pick something from the beginning of the book. If the neighborhood of your camp there should be any hilly country, ponds surrounded by aquatic grass, hollow basins filled with reeds, or woods with thick undergrowth, they must be carefully routed out and searched. For these are places where men in ambush or insidious spies are likely to be lurking. When the enemy is close at hand and remains quiet, he is relying on the natural strength of his position. When he keeps aloof and tries to provoke a battle, he is anxious for the other side to advance. If his place of encampment is easy of access, he is tendering a bait. We are being tendered a bait right now. Truly ageless wisdom from Sun Tzu.
It's not just that. You've done so much for me since I met you. You got me acquitted. You helped me work through my grief for my dad. It feels like I can never repay that.
What are you talking about? For the past few months, all I've been doing is relying on you. I genuinely don't know what I'd do if you weren't a part of my life.
I should tell him.
Tell me what?
Ah, get out of my head!
You're really bad at guarding your mind. You know you can tell me anything, right? Aw, I do like her cute face as well. Angry face is better, though. Arya, stop cock-blocking.
Arya? How long have you been standing there? Well, I knew you'd be here around this time. I wanted to wish you luck. But then you two seemed to be in the middle of something. I didn't want to interrupt. Don't stop on my account. I'll just get out of your way.
He awkwardly skitters away. You see something fall out of her pocket.
Oh, Arya, you dropped your runestone.
As Celeste picks up the runestone, she accidentally activates it. An image of a piece of evidence appears for a brief moment, but Arya quickly hides it. But not before Celeste sneaks a peek at it.
Oh, I see.
Celeste, don't just invade her privacy like that.
Don't be like that. I'm really happy for you. thank you. Good luck.
Part of you really wants to know what she saw. She used a runestone to take a nude of the prince. But one of you has to exercise some self-restraint. Tyrion's like, unlike these emotional women. Am I right, fellas? Sorry, Tyrion, but you absolutely just gave off that vibe. Anyways, let's go meet with him.
Yeah, let's do this. I can tell him after.
Oh, she's fucked. She's fucked. She's fucked. She's absolutely going to be mind-controlled into committing murder here. 100%. It's locked in. She's doomed. Or what if she gets murdered? No. Eris would want us to suffer more. She's going to be mind-controlled into committing murder. Locked in. Locked in. You are Tyrion, can confirm. Ah, you've finally arrived. I suppose this means you finally decided... Wait, you two?
We got your letter.
Letter? What letter? You sent us a letter, Pierce. It said that you knew who Celeste's parents were. I did send that letter, but not to you two. I know it.
What? I don't like this. And so the final act begins. I've been waiting for this.
What the hell are you doing? Have you gone mad? No! What are you doing?
Okay, see you later, Repu. Thanks for hanging out, though it's just getting good. But no, I won't keep you.
Stop!
Oh shit, Arya got mind-controlled into doing murder too. Oh no, we're gonna double murder. Double murder both women that are important to him.
Lady Steelwind? What are you... Is this also the will of the cosmic balance?
Oh no, Celeste isn't the murderer. Arya is? What the fuck? No, that... No, it's gonna be both. It's gonna be both. It's gonna be both.
Come on, just tell us the truth, Pierce.
You are the last person I would give this information to. He's getting more and more stressed. Just a little more and you'll... As you interrogate him, you suddenly hear a loud crash outside the room. What was that?
I'm gonna take a look and see what's going on.
What? Are you just going to leave us here? He's right. We don't know what's going on. We are just two weak men. We need a strong lady like yourself to protect us. We should... we should stay together.
Don't worry. There were 2 guards outside, and they're from the King's Guard. You'll be fine.
That's not what I'm worried about. But I'll trust your judgment. What? It's been almost 10 minutes since Celeste went to investigate the noise. Pierce seems extremely on edge. He's sitting at one of the tables and impatiently tapping its surface with his finger. So, you never intended to send that letter to me. Who did you send it to, then? Oh, as if I would ever tell you that. Luckily for you, he should have accumulated enough stress by now. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Even if I wasn't the intended recipient, you said that you knew who Celeste's biological parents are. Who are they? Are you seriously focused on that now? It's far too important. It's my only bargaining chip. Answer the question, Pierce. What was that?
Somnia.
What? What is this? A blue luminous vapor enters the room. As soon as it makes contact with you, you suddenly feel extremely fatigued. Damn it, it's a sleep spell. School Conjuration. Who has the arcane art of conjuration? Evocation, illusion. Could be Miriam. Could be any of the Frege sisters, really. Oh, not Beatrice, though. Could be Aster, could be the younger Frege sisters. I'm not ruling out Eris. It could be a mind-controlled Celeste, because she can just apparently learn any goddamn spell. 30 feet, any creature who inhales will fall into a magical slumber, woken from their slumber if they are violently shaken or experience any sort of pain. It's while concentrating, so it can last for a long time.
I miscalculated.
No. If they got here, that means... Celeste. You try your hardest to stay conscious, but the spell is too powerful. You feel your body slowly dropping to the ground. No. Beatrice? You only saw it could have been an illusion. Somehow entered the prayer room at 2:30 p.m. Yeah, could have been illusion is an important... Yeah, true. That's very true. But it's whoever's going to be the most likely.
Ian. Tyrion.
Celeste?
Tyrion, I'm so sorry. I should have listened to you. I never should have left you alone with him.
Hey, it's okay. Tears are streaming down her eyes. She was clearly worried about you. You try your best to comfort her as you look around the room. What happened? How long were you knocked out? Oh no. As you look around, you see several other people with you. Commander White is leading a group of knights. They all have their weapons drawn and pointed at someone. It's Prosecutor Steelwind?
Commander, I understand your position, but there has to be another explanation. Look, Your Majesty, I get where you're coming from, but from what the witnesses have told us, it has to be a case of mage blight.
You look around the room and see a pool of blood at the end of one of the tables. The asshole is dead, yes, probably. Celeste, where's Pierce?
Tyrion.
I don't know how to tell you this, kid, but Garrett Pierce is dead.
What?
We're honestly surprised that you're okay.
But who? You look at the knights who all have their weapons pointed at the prosecutor. Wait a minute. You think Steelwind did this?
It wasn't just Lord Pierce, Mr. Cuthbert. We also found the bodies of Lloyd Von Sanctus and Lady Sybil. Not to mention a bunch of the Kingsguard have gone comatose.
Comatose?
I don't want to believe it, but several people saw Steelwind acting off at the scenes of each of the murders. We also found her unconscious here, and Pierce's body was laying next to her.
No, it wasn't her. I saw Beatrice before I passed out. She was the one that knocked us out.
Beatrice? What the hell is going on?
Commander White, you need to put me in a holding cell. Needs to be done with an anti-magic field.
What?
I'm a danger to everyone here. We need to go now.
What are you talking about?
Now is not the time. Do it, Commander.
Right.
Oh, I think Steelwind got mind controlled, but she's sharp enough to know she got mind controlled. But does Eris's power even count as, like, conventional magic? Could be some other kind of ability that works outside the rules of it. Because their whole thing is, like, there's magic, and then there's things that act outside the rules of magic, like the Eye of Horus. So I don't know if that's going to protect her. Still a good precaution to take. You watch as the Inquisition arrests Steelwind and escort her out of the room. Damn it, what happened?
I know you have many questions, Mr. Cuthbert, but we should make sure that you're okay.
Yeah, there's a necromancer in the nave.
They have a point. You have no idea what happened while you were asleep. You followed their suggestion, but not before making a note of the current time. It's 3:12 p.m. Okay, so we were KO'd for 42 minutes. Right? Because that's a bit of information I got before. Yeah, so 42 minutes. I'm gonna write that down, actually. 42 minutes. It's the last case, so they're gonna pull out all the stops. I need to keep some investigation notes. Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary, except...
What? What's wrong with him?
You would just let me finish. There appears to be a trace of necromancy on you, Mr. Cuthbert. Necromancy?
It's probably nothing. Did your assistant cast any spells on you?
Oh, right. I used healing magic on him when I found him unconscious.
I expected as much, but it never hurts to make sure. Anyways, nothing seems out of the ordinary. You're quite healthy. You should be fine to go about your business, but please speak with me again if you experience anything out of the ordinary. But thank you, I'm Lord Lazaric Asclepius of House Asclepius.
Occupation, nobleman. Status, needing some goddamn coffee.
And there are no thanks needed. My apprentice apparently owes you a lot. Apprentice? Wallace Nightgrave. I believe he was one of your clients a few months ago.
Oh, right! Steelwind did mention that she introduced you to. Speaking of Steelwind, I really find it hard to believe that she did this.
Mr. Cuthbert, Mageblight isn't exactly a benign condition. When it takes hold of a mage, it doesn't matter what kind of person they are. Violent behavior is almost always a result of the delirium it puts them in. It's unfortunate, but mages have to be held responsible when cases like this happen. Unless someone is framing her.
Tyrion, I fought her.
What?
Do you remember back when we heard that weird sound? I went outside to see what was going on. I saw her outside, and the guards there were all unconscious. I tried to ask her what was going on, but she didn't say anything. She just attacked me.
So it could be someone under an illusion. Because they weren't able to mimic her voice? Because, like, Celeste has literally disguised herself as Arya Steelwind before. So, what was her emotional state like?
Well, she was pretty cold and emotionless. It almost looked like she was sleepwalking.
That's actually pretty strange.
What do you mean?
When someone is affected by Mageblight, they enter a state of extreme psychosis. Psychotic episodes like that raise the affected mage's paranoia to ridiculous levels. That's why these cases almost always end up in violence. If she was affected by Mageblight, she shouldn't have looked anywhere near as calm as you're describing. You might be onto something, Mr. Cuthbert.
If what you're saying is true, there has to be more to this.
You're planning to defend her, aren't you?
At the very least, we need to find out what actually happened. I feel like there's more to this than we're seeing.
But you saw her, right?
Yeah, put in an anti-magic field.
She wanted them to arrest her.
Right, it's as if she thought she was a danger to others. Regardless of what really happened, she clearly believes that she was responsible for this. But there's no way that she'd do something like this. Something else is happening here, and you will get to the bottom of this. You're not sure where each of the murders occurred, but the Inquisition should be able to tell you more about that. You'll also need to speak with Steelwind. If she really was affected by Mageblight, she should be able to remember what may have caused it. But anyways, the prayer room is the room you're most familiar with. You'll probably want to start there. Before we start the investigation, I need to take a quick break. The tea I'm drinking is flowing right through me. So, gonna run some quick ads, then we'll start uncovering the truth. I gotta admit, I'm very surprised that it was Arya who they did to do the murders and not Celeste. Like, it feels like, since Eris is the one manipulating events, Celeste doing the murders would twist the knife way harder on Tyrion, because that's her whole objective. Like, Arya, we're close to Arya, but we're not, like, practically in a relationship with Arya. So, this is a weird plan from Eris, and I don't quite understand it, but we'll see where this goes. I mean, HD, that liquid could well be tea, just in a coffee mug. Come on. But yeah, I don't tell me it's a mug of tea. Oops, this is what happens when I get caught up on chat in order. I have recently, last weekend, I had another, my sister did manage to make me another coffee drink that I liked. It was, an eggnog latte with, what did she say? 1 shot of espresso? But that was like the absolute upper limit of how much coffee I could take. I told her that, and she laughed at me in clearly a look at this fucking casual kind of way. Because I love eggnog. And not in, like, the alcoholic eggnog way that most people expect. I actually think putting booze in eggnog ruins it. I just like good old, just like cold, creamy eggnog, just like straight. God, I need to pick some up. Getting to be the season for it. Ooh. Let me start with interviewing Steelwind. It's hot leaf water, and it's delicious. You arrive at the dungeon to speak with Steelwind. But you can't find her anywhere. The Inquisition and the Kingsguard must still be processing her. We should come back later. Well, damn it. You arrive at the prayer room. It's now swarming with knights from the Inquisition. The thing is, who's going to prosecute Arya? That's what I want to know. You find yourself staring at the chalk outline of where Pierce's body once was. You can't help but feel a little uneasy. You've been to plenty of crime scenes before, but even if you were unconscious, you were here when the murder happened. Aww. It's a little unnerving knowing how close you came to death. I mean, it might have... just straight eggnog is delicious. You don't really need that much. Add a little nutmeg if you want, but just eggnog is great.
Are you okay?
Yeah. But now's not the time for an existential crisis. Steelwind's future counts on you figuring out what happened. Oh, yeah, lactose intolerance would make that tough. But I'm sure like every other lactose intolerant person I've ever met, you do like to cheat and have some dairy. Am I wrong? You still don't know what happened after you fell unconscious. The Inquisition believes that Steelwind broke into this room, knocked you and Pierce out, and then killed him. But you remember it clearly. You saw Beatrice before you lost consciousness. He's got that bottle of lactate. Fair. There's more at play here than you realize. Celeste also fought Steelwind after Beatrice knocked you out. Perhaps she can tell you more about how she was acting. Okay, that'd be helpful. Let's review what happened. Before Beatrice knocked me out, we heard a commotion outside and you went to investigate. Can you tell me more about your fight with Steelwind? What was she like?
Well, she wasn't her usual self. It's like she was in some kind of daze. I noticed it even before she attacked me. Something was wrong with her. Oh yeah, and she didn't even respond to me when I tried to talk to her.
Aha! That supports my illusion theory.
It's like she didn't even recognize me.
But from what Lord Asclepius said, she would have been acting more erratically if she was affected by Mageblade. It's possible that you fought someone disguised as her. Okay, so the fact that they're bringing this up this early means that that's probably wrong. So therefore, Arya was mind controlled.
I guess that's possible. But whoever they were, their magic was still extremely powerful.
And several members of the 4 Pillar families were assembled here. It could have been one of them. We should speak with Commander White when we get the chance. The Grand Cathedral is closed from the public for whatever was happening here. They probably have a list of everyone who was present when the murders happened. That means that whoever did this was one of the nobles that was here today. Beatrice can cast invisibility, so I doubt she'd let you see her. Did you see her at any point when you were fighting Steelwind? Celeste?
Sorry, I don't know. I was too focused on staying alive.
I've actually been meaning to ask you about that. Aren't you really strong? I've never seen you break a sweat in a fight before.
Well, she was really tough. It was terrifying, honestly. It's mainly her magic. I've never fought someone with spells that powerful before.
She didn't hurt you, did she?
No, but it got pretty close. I think she realized that she couldn't beat me, so she just ran past me and into the prayer room.
So her real target was Pierce, but why? Did you see the moment she murdered Pierce?
No. When I arrived at the prayer room, I saw you and Steelwind unconscious on the ground. And Pierce was already dead.
I'm assuming you didn't see Beatrice anywhere?
No, she wasn't there when I arrived. How did she leave the prayer room without Celeste noticing?
Did she turn herself invisible? I really wish our map wasn't so fucking terrible. Because it does nothing to tell me how many exits are from this room. Didn't respond to Celeste's questions, attacked her. Pierce was already dead, didn't see Beatrice Frega. Okay. We showed up at the prayer room for the meeting at 1:50 p.m. Then we interrogated Pierce for about half an hour. So when we heard that commotion outside and you went to investigate it.
Right.
And I think Beatrice knocked me and Pierce out 10 minutes after that. How long did you fight Steelwind before she pushed past you?
We definitely fought for a while. It must have been at least 20 minutes. After that, she gave up on fighting me and ran into the prayer room.
Which means that Beatrice somehow got into the room during your fight. That discounts my theory of her disguising herself as Steelwind. You regained consciousness at 3:12 p.m. That means you were knocked out for more than 40 minutes. There's still a lot of unknowns about what happened. You'll need all the pieces if you want to put this puzzle together. That didn't even give me a clue. There's a chalk outline where Pierce's body probably was. Looks like he was sitting against this altar when he died. And the blood stain seems to imply that the fatal wound came from his chest. An autopsy report would be really helpful here. You should ask the commander for a copy of it the next time you see him.
Arcane.
That's a lot of magic.
There's a trace of necromancy on the ground here. It's probably from when I tried to heal you. Oh, there's a trace of transmutation here. It's all over the area around his body.
Interesting. Did the murderer wound him using a transmutation spell?
There are traces of conjuration magic all over the room.
That must have been left by Beatrice's sleep spell. That makes sense. Anyways, it looks like you found everything you can here. You should move and take a close look at the other crime scenes. But first... Hey Celeste, did you know that I'm an attorney? Great. You retrace your footsteps and find the common room. This is the last place where you saw Von Sanctus and Sybil before everything happened. You look around and see that most of the room has been entirely scorched. You can still smell the scent of burnt cloth and flesh in the air. What happened here?
Was there some kind of fire?
Yeah, we think the perp lit a fire using magic. As you enter the room, Commander White approaches you. He seems to be accompanied by the typical Legion of Knights. Commander White. Hey, kid. You investigating what happened, too? Something like that. We just want to figure out what really happened. Heh. You and me both. Nothing about this case makes any damn sense. I'll be honest, I could really use your help in trying to figure this out. Honestly, you're not sure who you can trust at this point. But the commander is leading the investigation. He's bound to have information that will be useful to you. I mean, cooperating with the investigation seems good. It might ultimately be bad for Arya, but he could just, like, pull some bullshit to question Celeste anyway, who's gonna have the information he wants. This whole situation is a damned mess. Has the Inquisition found any clues to explain what happened? We only have the basic stuff so far, and we've only just received the autopsy reports. That's still pretty useful. Do you have copies of them? Sure, knock yourselves out. Blood loss, shard of float. Oh my god, it's gonna mimic the past cases. He was killed the same way he killed Celeste's dad. Yep. Frozen liquid. Shard of frozen liquid. Wait, at 2:18. Wait. Okay, so she died... Oh, no. She died, like, 2 minutes before we got knocked out. Never mind. Died at 2:18 p.m. Cause of death was suffocation. Body was found floating in a nearby lake? Transmutation, evocation, and necromancy magic were found on the body. So all they would have really needed to do is just, like, put a sleep spell on her, toss her into a lake, wait for her to drown. Brutal. Died at 2:05 p.m. Cause of death suffocation. Fire in the common room burnt the body too much. Small trace of evocation magic and a burn mark were found on the victim's left shoulder. Hit with fire-based evocation spell, traces of abjuration magic were found on and around the body. Wait, Pierce was killed with a frozen blade? Isn't that similar to how he killed Flintheart? Sorry, I didn't mean to...
No, it's okay.
Still strange, though. Why would the murderer kill Pierce using such a convoluted method? If Steelwind really was Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, we're falling into the trap. I understand. I understand the plan completely now. So, okay. I put this all together. I'm cooking with this. Let me explain. So, Eris, because she wants to torture Tyrion, because Tyrion is a Heavensborn, Eris used her mind control bullshit on Arya to make her commit the murders. And then, while that was happening, Eris also used mind control on Celeste to have Celeste kill Garrick. So, while Arya is going to be and Arya was, like, told to be very obvious and, like, kind of going loud with it. So we think that Arya is being framed for all the murders. But because we have to find the real murderer to clear her name, in the course of proving her innocent, we're gonna damn Celeste. Okay, yeah, actually this is way more devious than just making Celeste go crazy and having us try to defend her in an impossible case. By defending another, we're going to damn the person closest to ourselves. Eris, you devious mastermind. I really hope that's what your plan is here. Oh man, I'm excited now. Okay, implies use shape liquid, oddly similar to how Pierce murdered Flintheart McCoy. Had more lethal spells. Pierce used this method to leave as little evidence as possible. Wanted to frame Arya and leave as much evidence as possible. The reason is standing right in front of you here, Tyrion. Come on, keep up. Keep up. Anyways, the times of death also seem to tell a story. If we look at the reports, the murderer must have killed Von Sanctus, then Sybil, then Pierce, in that order. Yeah, that's our working theory, too. If we look at this map, we can see where the prayer room and the common room are. Lady Sybil's body was found in the lake west of here, but since the Grand Cathedral was built on a cliff, there isn't an easy way to get there in such a short amount of time. So that raises my next question. How did Sybil's body end up in the lake? The murderer threw Sybil from the balcony. The Grand Cathedral was built on a cliff over the lake, and the westward balcony just happens to be right over it. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. We even have a witness who saw Steelwind there. Really, who was it? It was High Speaker Theon Archaeus. High Speaker? He's the shot caller of the Church of Bahamut. Okay, so the Pope is here. He stands at the top of the religious hierarchy, from what I hear. He spotted Steelwind near the west balcony and noticed that she was acting suspiciously. He called out to her, but she ignored him. That's two people now that have tried to talk to Steelwind while she was in this mind control fugue state and got no response. So, wait. If this is truly... Okay, wait. if this is going to draw from all the past cases, because we already have the link to case 1, we could link back to other past cases by having a magical construct do a murder. But, well, no. That wouldn't make sense because Celeste would have been able to overpower a construct. And a construct should have been able to cast spells? No, never mind. That one doesn't make sense. That would be a little too contrived. Anyway, so she knew that he saw her, but she didn't attack him? Yeah, he really lucked out. But if she was having a psychotic episode, he would have noticed that. From what you said, all she did was ignore him. You're right, this whole Mage Blight story doesn't really add up. Either way, we'll just have to talk to him directly to find out more. Putting that aside, there's something else that's strange.
What's that?
It's about the order that the murders occurred in. What's strange about the order of the murders? The murderer killed Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce in that order. This means that the murderer went to the common room, then the west balcony, and finally the prayer room. But if we look at the map, the murderer's route seems a bit strange. Gee, I would love to be able to deduce why the murderer's route is strange, if only I had hallways on this map of the building! Anyway. The murderer could have... Common room, west balcony, prayer room. Common room, balcony, prayer room. Common room, balcony, prayer room. No, that makes sense, right? Common room, balcony, prayer room. I don't get it. What's strange about the route? The murderer could have killed Pierce second? Is that what you're going? Oh, okay. This statement is extremely unclear because this map sucks ass, but okay, game. The murderer must have passed right by the prayer room before they dumped Sybil's body. Why wouldn't they just murder Pierce on the way there? Maybe they wanted to dump Sybil's body first.
Or they were afraid of fighting me.
Aren't you giving yourself a little too much credit? No, she has a point. Out of everyone who fought the murderer, Celeste was the only one who didn't die or fall comatose. Anyways, there has to be a reason why the murderer deliberately chose that route. Okay, you've created a rough outline of the murderer's actions, but the real clues will lie in how each of the individual murderers occurred. And that starts with figuring out how Von Sanctus was murdered.
Repario Arcanum.
There are traces of evocation in a bunch of different spots around the room.
We think the perp threw a bunch of fire-based evocation spells around to start the fire. The Kingsguard used a bunch of water-based evocation spells to put it out before the fire spread. That makes sense. With that knowledge in mind, there's nothing out of the ordinary here.
There's a trace of abjuration magic in the center of the room.
Do the traces overlap with the body?
Kind of. It's sort of square-shaped.
Square-shaped? I can't see the traces, but there seems to be a square-shaped outline around the body.
You're right, they overlap perfectly.
The area inside the square is a lot less burnt now that I look at it. I'm not sure what this means yet, but it's definitely worth taking note of. Okay. Could be sleep, that's how they guarantee, because he died via suffocation. Oh wait, perfect square. Would that make sense given the 30 feet before dissipating? So it's not necessarily a radius. Okay. Nah. There's a chalk outline in the center of the room. This must be where they found Von Sanctus's body. There's even bits of ash there. It must be the burnt fragments of the body. Even now, the sunlight is shining through the stained glass windows. Looks like the fire reached them before it was put out. How did the Inquisition find out about the murders, anyways? Did a witness come across the bodies?
It all started when Prince Alaric ran up to us. He told us that he saw a fire breaking out in the common room. He also saw Steelwind there, but when he tried to talk to her, she hit him with some kind of spell.
She attacked one of the princes?
Yeah, but it didn't look like she hurt him. That guy from House Asclepius inspected him, and he told us he wasn't injured.
That's suspicious. I'm glad that he's okay, but wouldn't Arya have used a more violent spell if she was being affected by Mage Blight?
Possible she was throwing spells randomly, and he just happened to get really lucky.
I suppose that's possible. But was there anyone else nearby when this happened? Would have expected a Prince of Wyverngard to be under constant guard.
Yeah, that was kind of a mistake. I ordered the knights to give him some space, considering what just happened.
And that would be?
Sorry, kid, if you don't know, it's not my place to tell you. I have orders from the top to stay quiet about that.
Then it looks like you'll need to ask someone higher up. It's still strange, though. Why were all these nobles gathered here?
Anyways, whatever the perp hit him with, it only put him in a daze. He could barely walk or talk. Couldn't even approach us until the spell had worn off. The weirdest about it all was that he was pretty close to where we were. But for some reason, we didn't find him until after the spell wore off.
Interesting. That must have been traumatic. I hope he's okay. But why didn't anyone see him during this time?
After he told us about what was happening, we went to put out the fires. That's when we saw a bunch of guards knocked out outside the prayer room.
Did you see me?
No, this all happened around 3:10 p.m.
Right, that was probably well after Steelman moved into the prayer room. Celeste must have already followed her into it. Hey? What was the time of death on... Oh no, Celeste, don't tell me. Don't tell me you... No, okay, he died before then. Okay. When you arrested Steelwind, I'll recall you mentioning that a bunch of guards were comatose. Did the murderer use some kind of spell to knock them out?
I don't think so, and I'm just as lost as you are about that. Some of the victims didn't have any magical traces on them, so we know that they're not under the effects of a spell, but they still haven't woken up.
That's odd, to say the least. Is there any common thread between the knights who fell comatose? That might help us deduce what happened to them.
Well, we found all of them at the locations where Steelwind was spotted. That can't be a coincidence.
But he just admitted that they weren't being affected by any kind of spell. Could it have been some kind of poison? Or, you know, chloroform? What's going on here? Commander White, you keep saying the perp instead of Steelwind. Even though everyone else seems to think she was responsible for this. Do you also suspect that she's being framed?
It just doesn't add up. She did give herself Mage Blight. Her actions wouldn't have been so deliberate.
She's definitely not the type of person to just go around murdering people.
Even if she was, she's led a lot of the Inquisition's investigations recently. She's investigated plenty of homicides with us. She knows exactly how we do things. Whoever did this got the job done, but they were sloppy about it. A bunch of witnesses saw her, and she didn't even try to hide herself using her magic. So she either had Mage Blight, which doesn't match with her behavior, or she did this intentionally and wanted to get caught. Neither scenario makes any damn sense.
Someone has to be framing her. That's the only reasonable explanation.
Honestly, I'm not so sure about that either.
What do you mean?
You saw her when we arrested her, didn't you? She wanted us to lock her up. It's like she thought she was a danger to herself and others.
Right, that's the same impression I got as well.
If it weren't for the witnesses' statements, I'd be sure she gave herself Mage Blight. The strangest thing is that I've never seen her that scared before. Something really rattled her about what happened.
Did you follow up on what I said about Beatrice? I know she was in the room when Pierce and I fell unconscious. She has to be involved in this somehow. I think that was being done to throw you off the trail, man. Well, she's already in prison, so we're already ahead on that account. When we asked her what happened, she said that she couldn't remember anything. That's such an obvious lie. She has to be hiding something. Normally I'd agree with you, but she's not the only one with missing memories. Steelwind also can't remember anything. What? Looks like you'll have to speak with her about that. Anyways, what about Eris and that knight who was guarding her? Did they see anything? Sorry, kid, but Eris Ilmatter has been missing since everything went down. What? Do you have any idea what happened to her? No, but I wouldn't be too worried. What? A witness to the crime is missing and possibly hurt. Look, kid, you may be a hot-shot attorney, but I've been in this business a lot longer than you have. Sometimes when these things happen to civilians, they get spooked and run away. I've seen it a million times. You feel like he's not making as big a deal of this as he should be, but he might have a point. Eris is the daughter of a crime lord, after all. She might have gone into hiding to avoid having to speak with law enforcement. We don't have the resources to look for her, but I'm sure she'll turn up eventually. Well, I suppose we can't do anything about that now, but I still hope she's okay. Celeste is like, I don't. Anyways, what about the knight guarding Beatrice? Surely he didn't go missing as well. That's the thing. The knight who was supposed to be watching her is one of the people who went comatose. We found him in front of the prayer room, too. Damn it, what happened to him? To make matters worse, that Frege chick knows how to cast invisibility. So even if she was telling the truth, very few people would have actually seen her. But her guard was in front of the prayer room. She must have brought him there somehow. So it was only if her demon tried to escape. She was otherwise free to roam about. Eris might be hiding out with an invisibility spell. If there's any place where I get stopped for some BS reasons for casting Detect Magic, that could be where Eris... Well, no. Eris is literally a demon lord. She probably has other ways to evade detection. Anyways, would you happen to have a recent version of her spell compendium? Sure, we already have it on record. Familial Bond, Sleep, Mend Wounds, Send Message, Animate Corpse, Necrotic Blight, Shatter, Invisibility, Feign Death, and Illusory Disguise. Fuck, that's a lot of spells. Right, I already know this one. Mend Wounds. That's kind of surprising. Send Message. That's right. I already knew that she... And this. Animate Corpses... Worrying. Cannot speak. So what... Oh! Oh! Wait. Wait. Can end the spell prematurely. So what if she... No. Von Sanctus was all burnt up. But she could have... She could have killed someone else, then illusory disguised her zombie, and had the zombie kill the other people because Steelwind didn't respond when addressed. Maybe. Necrotic Blight, yep, resulting in instant death. Shatter. Oh, exponentially increased while they were channeling. Slowly drain the caster's stamina, possibly cause Mage Blight. Okay. Invisibility, which is very annoying to have to deal with. Feign Death. Oh no. Duration indefinitely. Are we sure people are dead? Are we really sure people are dead? No, I'm pretty sure the 3... No. Okay, I think that's there to throw me off. Illusory disguise, uh-huh. Right, I forgot how many spells she used during Lord Frega's murder. It's all a little difficult to take in. I still can't believe it. After everything he did, Von Sanctus was just murdered. I'm surprised to hear that from you. Didn't he basically get away with offing Justin Way? The way I see it, he got what he deserved. That still doesn't sit right with me, no matter who the victims might have been. No one deserves to die like that. Heh, you're definitely a bigger man than I am. Anyways, Von Sanctus's autopsy report says that he died of suffocation. We think the murderer overpowered him and choked him with a rope or something. You're thinking too small. That hardly sounds like something someone would do during a psychotic episode. Yeah, the more info I get, the more I think he might be on to something. But either way, the fire that the perp started in this room burnt his body. Didn't completely turn it to ash, but it was still pretty charred. So that fire would have burnt away any evidence of the minor wounds he had. Yeah, we're lucky we even discerned he was hit with an evocation spell. Right, the autopsy report mentioned that too. And if a fire was started, is it possible that he died from smoke inhalation? No, the divination spell we use always identified smoke inhalation as death by poisoning, not death by suffocation. Well, shit. Never mind then. I suppose that kind of makes sense. But it's still a shame we can't find out how the murderer suffocated him. We still know very little about how the murders occurred. Do you have records of each of the victims' spell compendiums? They might help us understand what each of the victims was doing during the attack. Sure, knock yourselves out. Right, I already knew about this idiot's spell compendium. Slowfall, Foresight, Strike True, Detect Magic, Stone Skin. Mageblade, Force Cage, Send Message, Mend Wounds. Prestidigitation, Conjure Light, Conjure Water, Frost Wave. Oh! That would be the abjuration around him. Can't be destroyed by anything. Oh, that would be interesting, CJ. You might be onto something there. But it does say that the life energies contained within the spell keep the target alive, or no, keep them alive and animate corpse. I guess it doesn't. Huh. But it... Huh. Interesting. Possible. I'll keep that in mind. There's more than one creature in the target space that will be pushed away from the center of the cube. Okay, so that's what caused the traces of magic around him. Then how did he suffocate, if it wasn't by smoke inhalation? Mageblade, we know about Mageblade. Oh, wait! Wait, if Sybil knew Slowfall, then... well... I mean, I guess, even though she was slow-falling, she might have still been unable to change her trajectory. Foresight. Oh! Wow, sense danger seconds before it actually happens. A danger sense, that's really good. Strike True. 10 minutes, duration, yes. Predict the results of all their actions for the duration. Wow, okay. And of course, detect magic. Stone Skin. Protect from any physical trauma. Can be slowly broken. Stone layer will instantaneously repair itself. That's OP. Okay. Wow, that's a lot to work through. Yep, this is what happens when a bunch of mages are caught in the middle of a murder. Honestly, you've been lucky until now. Nevertheless, I'll need to look over each of these spells when they become relevant. God help us. Anything in the garden? It's just you, Celeste, and the statue. The horrible statue. I don't feel safe here.
Why is that statue freaking you out so much? That Pegasus is literally a celestial like you.
I don't know, but I can feel it suffering through the eye.
It's an inanimate object, Tyrion.
Let's move somewhere else.
Alright, whatever it takes to get you to stop acting so weird.
Prepario Arcanum.
What goes through the mind of such a tortured creature?
What is with you and this statue?
I don't know, but I can feel its emotions as if they were my own.
It's an inanimate object, Tyrion.
That is so weird. Well, I haven't moved here yet. Have I? Oh, this is just where we can talk to Celeste. To the dungeons! Oh.
Prepario Arcanum.
Do I... what do I have left to do? Now that I have more context, do I need to examine this again? Overlap perfectly. No. Do we need to present something to him? Hi, I'm an attorney. What would be new information for him? Oh, Celeste's testimony? Nope. Maybe this? Nope. So many spell compendiums. Nothing new by talking. Back to the prayer room? Nothing new. I've already examined this. There are 3 stained glass windows. They look quite nice. Great, thank you, Tyrion. There are lanterns hanging around the room. They're still lit. Great, thank you, Tyrion. I must need to examine... Oh, there are scorch marks all over the room. The fire must have spread pretty far. Yeah, it was probably going for a while. No one even noticed it until Prince Alaric told the Kingsguard that he saw smoke. Interesting, we should speak with him and see if he saw anything else. Is that all I needed to do? God damn it. You arrive at the west-facing balcony of the cathedral. I'm sorry, this is a lake? That's a big lake. Supposedly, this is where the murderer threw Sybil's body into the lake.
Oh, hello there.
Oh, nope, that was not who I was expecting was gonna be there. As you inspect the area, you catch the attention of an old man nearby. From his garb, he appears to be someone who works at the cathedral.
I don't believe we've met before. What are you doing here?
Sorry for the intrusion. I'm Tyrion Cuthbert, and this is my bodyguard, Celeste McCoy.
We're investigating the murders on behalf of Prosecutor Steelwind.
Tyrion Cuthbert, I have heard of you. He doesn't look nearly as criminal as I expected him to be.
Judging from his thoughts, he probably hasn't heard many good things about you.
But forgive my rudeness. I am Theon Arceus, High Speaker of the Church of Bahamut.
Occupation, High Speaker. Status, suspicious. So you're the one who saw Steelwind here during the murders. Do you mind if we ask you some questions? He scans you warily.
I suppose there would be no harm in that.
We heard that you saw the prosecutor acting strangely here. Could you tell us more about what you saw? Did it look like she was having a psychotic episode?
I wouldn't go that far, but she was certainly acting strangely.
How did you come across her?
Well, I was on my way to the prayer room. I always recite prayers from the draconic texts around that time.
Wait, he was heading to the prayer room?
When I saw her, I first thought she was just enjoying the view of the lake. I was about to greet her. When I approached her, I saw that she was throwing someone off of the edge of the balcony.
You must have seen her dumping Sybil's body.
You're probably correct. I came to the same conclusion after they found that poor woman's body below us. Although,
What is it?
I only saw it for a second, so perhaps I'm wrong. But Lady Sybil was wearing much brighter colors this morning. Whatever Lady Steelwind threw into the lake, it looked much darker.
What does that mean?
I'm sorry, I can't really explain it. Perhaps I was just seeing things. My eyes aren't as good as they used to be, after all. It could have just been a trick of the light.
Okay. Something darker. Darker. Hey, do we know if Lucio Steelwind is alright? Wait, if you saw Arya dumping Lady Sybil's body, she must have just murdered her. That means you must have been heading to where we were at the time.
Oh, were you praying there with Lord Pierce?
Not exactly.
What? That's not what the guards told me.
The guards? Do you mean the ones standing watch outside the prayer room?
Yes, they told me that Pierce was praying with some acquaintances of his. They said the same thing to Lady Steelwind as well.
Wait, Steelwind was there too?
Yes, she appeared to be waiting for something. But anyways, I didn't want to disturb them, so I went back to my quarters to pray there.
High Speaker didn't see her fighting Celeste. She must have started her attack after he left, but why would she bother waiting? By the way, we can't exactly question those guards.
Yeah, they're still comatose after the attack.
Okay. Huh. Actually, the High Speaker's quarters aren't that far away from the prayer room. How did you not hear anything?
Ah, it must have been because of the magical wards in my room.
Magical wards, are they there for security reasons?
Not exactly. I actually suffer from chronic insomnia. Even the smallest sound will wake me up at night. Years ago, I had some mages enchant the walls so sound couldn't travel through them. I can't hear anything from outside the room once I shut my door.
It does sound awfully convenient, but you doubt that he'd lie about something you could so easily verify. Either way, you should make a note of this. Okay. Very convenient to be sure. There's some sort of debris on the ground. You pick up one of the pieces and feel it in your hands. It appears to be some kind of gravel.
Arcane.
Aha!
There are traces of transmutation on the pieces of this debris.
That would imply that a spell specifically targeted or created whatever this came from. But I doubt someone created these bits of gravel. Must have broken off from something else. Okay, Earth-like debris. Could still be a construct. They could have swapped out a disguised construct for the mind-controlled actual Arya Steelwind? Maybe? You believe that you found everything you can here. Well, one place left. No? Okay, never mind. I'm wrong? Garden? You arrive back at the cathedral's garden and come across that accursed statue again. It's staring into my soul.
Then stop looking at it!
As you move your attention away from the grotesque sculpture, you spot the Crown Prince. He's sitting on a bench, guarded by some knights from the King's Guard. His brow is furrowed, and he seems to be deep in thought.
Oh, Mr. Cuthbert and Miss McCoy, too.
What are you still doing here? We're trying to investigate what happened. We were looking around when we just happened to find you here. I see. Are you okay?
Yes, I was just thinking how unfortunate this ordeal has been. I do hope Miss Steelwind is taking this well.
Right, she is his fiancée after all. He must be extremely worried about her. We're trying to find out what exactly happened. Do you mind if we ask you some questions?
I see. Well, I'll do whatever I can to help.
You said that you two were investigating the murders. You weren't... Oh, I thought that was Tyrion talking. Oops.
You said that you two were investigating the murders. You weren't planning to defend Miss Steelwind, were you?
If she would have me. She may be a competent prosecutor, but I have far more defendants. Jesus Christ, Vin. But I have far more experience defending clients.
Unfortunately, I think the situation is more complicated than that.
What do you mean?
Several house leaders died today. We can't release this information to the public. Not after the news of William Frega's death has already spread. In the course of 2 months, we've lost not one, but 3 members of the Pillar families.
The trial has to happen soon, or else the magical traces left will disappear.
From what I've heard, we will be holding a trial, but it will be handled privately and internally. And I'm sorry to say that you won't be permitted to serve in such a trial.
Right. A majority of the nobility hates me after all. You wouldn't be able to pull some strings. Would you, Aster?
I'm sorry. I'd like nothing more than to give you the opportunity to represent her. But I clearly have a personal attachment to this case. If I try to tip the trial in her favor, it will only harm her chances more.
Right. I see what you mean. But if we can't help her during a trial, we can still investigate the crimes on her behalf.
Yes, I would really appreciate that. If new evidence is found, perhaps we can exonerate Miss Steelwind of the charges against her.
After everything that's happened, I really need to know, why were so many nobles gathered in one place anyways? All 4 of the Pillar families were present. I understand if you don't want to tell me, but this information could be vital in figuring out what really happened.
No, I see your point. The truth is, we all gathered to mourn the death of my father, King Olivier de Wyverngarde IX.
Oh! Wait, the king is dead?
Yes, we wanted to avoid releasing this information to the public, so close to the death of William Frega. My father has been ill for quite some time, so we were prepared for this. Or at least I thought I was. I also lost my mother when I was quite young. But it's still all a little hard to take in. I'm sorry, you have my condolences. Thank you.
But if King Olivier is dead, that would make you...
Yes, you currently stand before King Aster de Wyverngarde, ruler of our kingdom.
Considering everything that's happened, he seems less than thrilled about that. I suppose that explains why all these nobles were gathered.
They came under the guise of paying their respects. But it's clear they all wanted to get closer to the new King of Wyverngarde. I think the Fregas were the only ones who genuinely came to give their condolences.
Oh. Speaking of the Fregas, I think you need to know. I saw Beatrice before I was knocked out. I think she may have been the one that killed Garrick Pierce.
Why would she be there?
I'm sorry, I know she's your friend. But we already know she's not above committing murder.
I see. I suppose if you're saying it, it must be so. But what possible reason would she have to be involved in something like this?
I'm not sure yet, but I plan to find that out. By the way, where were you during the murders? I remember you left with Steelwind when Celeste and I arrived at the cathedral.
Ah, yes. Steelwind and I left to speak with High Speaker Arceus in his quarters.
What was your meeting about?
It was actually about our wedding. With my father's death, Lord Steelwind wanted to finally make our union official.
Oh. I would congratulate you two, but considering the circumstances...
I understand, and I appreciate your words nonetheless.
Anyways, how long did this meeting last?
I believe we spoke with him until 1:40 p.m.
Damn, that's not enough time to clear Arya of anything. But Von Sanctus died at 2:05 p.m. That means that she began her rampage less than half an hour after that meeting. Was there anything off about her behavior?
Now that you mention it, something about her demeanor changed. We were speaking at the wedding when she abruptly left.
Oh, I like Occupation King.
I asked her where she was going, but she ignored me.
Yeah, her, like, activation phrase happened. That sounds similar to what happened when Celeste fought her. There's no way she was affected by Mage Blade.
Okay. I honestly didn't think much of it at the time. I'm quite used to her giving me the cold shoulder.
Right. It's possible the Steelwind the witnesses saw wasn't actually real. Does that mean the Steelwind that attended the meeting was also a fake? I don't know about that, Tyrion. Then again, Tyrion doesn't know about the mind control shit because he's being very stupid about this. Anyways, what happened after your meeting with the High Speaker? Did you see Steelwind after that?
Actually, I found myself caught up in something else entirely. At 2 p.m., I went to pay my respects at my father's coffin. But apparently, someone had set a magical trap there.
What?
It was a glyph of contingency.
Oh, okay, it's a... uh-huh. So what spell was set up, then?
I have heard of that spell. It's like a trap that you can set, and you can infuse any spell into it.
But it requires a second contingent spell to place that trap. Which spell was it?
It was a force cage, targeting me.
Oh, so that he would, like, be safe? That's...
Was the murder trying to attack Aster too?
I don't think so. They would have used a more lethal spell if they wanted to. But from the sounds of it, Force Cage can't be dispelled. So Aster would have been trapped inside of it for that full hour.
We think the murderer used this as a distraction.
Yeah.
Because of that trap, the Kingsguard consolidated most of their attention and forces on my location. As a result, there were fewer people guarding Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce. The ones that were there all fell comatose. They can't tell us what happened to them.
Okay. Interesting. And yet another inexplicable event is added to the list. After everything you've learned, you highly doubt that Steelwind was affected by Mage Blade. So, okay. I have to think of this in terms of Eris pulling the strings. So Eris is spinning this as, Arya locking, basically like force caging, Aster, so that he wouldn't be affected by anything that's about to happen, or get harmed in any way. And then she goes around taking out the heads of the other pillar families, so that, like, she and the Steelwinds can seize power? Like, that's the motive that would be angled for here? I don't know, the force gauge doesn't seem to quite fit. Something about this seems incongruous. So someone must be behind what happened. But who? Yeah, who could be behind what happened? Who could possibly be behind everything that's happened? Who could be pulling the strings here? We just don't know. Anyways, it seems he's told you everything he knows. He probably didn't witness much after he was trapped by that force cage. You should move somewhere else. Still? Oh my god. Anything in the nave, maybe?
She attacked a member of the royal family and killed several nobles. What else is there to investigate? The laws are clear about what we must do. We should execute her immediately.
So I had thought this dude was the king. But clearly not. He might be like the king's brother or something. There does seem to be like a family resemblance. Welcome back, Repu.
Alaric, the situation is of far too much import to make such rash decisions. We need to approach this calmly and carefully.
As you return to the nave, you spot the young prince in an argument with that nobleman you saw earlier. Now that you think of it, you still have no idea who he is.
Oh, it's you two.
Your Highness. And I don't think we've been introduced.
What? I see her still as insolvent as ever. You stand before Sir Remus Virgile, Archduke and Royal Visor to the Wyvern Guard throne.
I believe he means advisor.
Occupation, Royal Advisor. Status, normally highly sus, but I think he's probably fine in this case. Archduke. You didn't even know the Kingdom of Wyvern Guard had a title like that. Why haven't you ever heard of him before?
Why are you two still here anyways? I thought the cathedral was closed for the investigation.
We're investigating what happened on behalf of Prosecutor Steelwind.
I see. Anyways, I have much to attend to. I'll be taking my leave.
You sense a tinge of anxiety. Is he avoiding you?
Duh.
Actually, since we have you here, we have some questions for you. The both of you.
Heh, you should know your place, knave.
Your Grace, where were you when the murders took place?
Just what are you trying to insinuate?
Please, Alaric, there's no need for that. To answer your question, was speaking with Lady Fraga's familiar.
Tracker?
No, it was the demon who calls himself Maranath.
What? Why would you want to speak with him?
He was actually the one that sent for me. According to him, he had some information that was of great import to me.
You didn't make a contract with him, did you?
Of course not. What kind of desperate fool do you take me for? No, he gave me the information he had freely.
But why would he do that? Demons are supposedly always trying to trick humans into making deals with them.
Looking back, it must have been a distraction. What a fool I was, I knew he was playing with me. I knew he couldn't tell lies, and the information he had was too important to ignore.
If you don't mind my asking, what was the information about?
I'm sorry, but I can't reveal what he told me. It would endanger people that I care about. Rest assured, I doubt it has anything to do with a massacre.
Your Grace, we've only just met. I can't exactly take your word for it.
I suppose that's fair. But believe me when I say that I plan to take this information to my grave.
That's ominous, but he's clearly planning on keeping their conversation a secret.
Anyway, several members of the King's Guard were watching us. They can verify my alibi.
How long did this conversation last?
I arrived to speak with him at 1:50 p.m., and I didn't leave until 3:10 p.m.
That's a lot of information. That's a long time to talk with him. Okay, members of the King... Okay, so that's probably pretty solid. So, unless... Okay, he's probably fine then. So he was accounted for during the time frame of the murders. But why would Maranath go to the trouble of distracting him in the first place? Whoever orchestrated this also used a force cage to trap Aster. Were they trying to distract the forces in the cathedral?
Yes! Duh!
Or were they trying to keep certain people out of the crossfire? Maybe both. Either way, it's clear that Beatrice has a lot to answer for. Your Highness, we heard that the prosecutor cast a spell on you when you saw the fire in the common room. Can you tell us more about what happened?
I can't believe she attacked a member of the royal family. She was completely responsible with her magic.
I understand your feelings about this, but we can't say for certain that she inflicted mage blight on herself. We don't even know if it was actually her.
I saw her with my own eyes. Plenty of other people did too.
Either way, where did this happen?
This is on the path outside the common room. I saw smoke coming from the building, and I saw Steelwind walking away from it.
So this must have been after she murdered Von Sanctus. I have a feeling I already know the answer, but was she behaving erratically?
No, she very deliberately cast a spell on me.
Which once again implies that Mage Blight wasn't behind this. Do you know which spell she cast on you?
I'm not sure. I've never been affected by a spell like that before.
From the magical traces on him, we know that it was a transmutation spell.
Transmutation spells manipulate and change physical matter. It's scary to think about what that might do to a human body. Are you sure he's okay?
Lord Asclepius inspected him. He doesn't appear to have any lasting injuries. We're hoping the spell's effects were only temporary. Can you describe what you felt while you were affected by it? That might help us identify which spell it was.
Well, I was extremely dazed and my ears were ringing.
Oh, yep, right on cue, chat tracker dies. There we go. Just had to give it a punt.
My vision was also partially blurred. It's as if my mind was in some sort of fog. Whenever I tried to speak, I couldn't even form words with my mouth. I could only make grunting sounds. Couldn't walk either, so I had to crawl on the floor.
I'm sorry you had to go through that. That must have been traumatic. But what kind of transmutation spell would do that to him? It had to be something that affected his senses. You already told us that she wasn't acting erratically. But was there anything off about her demeanor?
I only saw her for a moment, but she was definitely different than usual. She was completely emotionless. Yeah, that's exactly what she was like when I fought her too.
Why did you hesitate? Oh no, Celeste, honey.
It's like she was an arcane construct. Her movements were almost robotic.
Wait. Are there any arcane constructs on the cathedral grounds? No, not for lack of trying on Lord Sanctus's part. The High Speaker and I have specifically forbidden the staff here from using them. It would be really convenient if all of this was done using a construct. Although you are a little tired of seeing them in your cases. Anyways, was anyone else around when Steelwind cast that transmutation spell on you?
No, she moved away quickly after she incapacitated me. And even if someone was around, I don't think I could have seen him anyways.
Okay. Commander White also said that he was surprised no one saw the prince until after that spell wore off. Did they, like, polymorph him? Because he couldn't walk. His vision was affected. His mind was in a fog. Could have been, like, polymorphed into an animal, maybe? We need to ask Tracker about this, I think. Oh, does he? Oh, yeah, that's a good catch. I had kind of written that off, but... Does it have age question? Oh! Wait, maybe he's like a representative of the dragons. That's why no one's heard of him. That's why his age is question mark. Yeah. He could be like a dragon. He could, no, not like a dragon, literally a dragon. What happened to him? That covers Alaric's account of what happens. We even got the Archduke's statement, too. Oh, and that would explain the Archduke not wanting to be around us and his disdain for us, because he'd be able to, like, sniff out that Tyrion's a Heavensborn, which is against, like, the dragon religion. Yeah, I know, like a dragon mentioned. That one game that I don't like. But there's still one last person we need to speak to.
Arya.
She and Beatrice supposedly have no memories of what happened. If it were only Beatrice saying that, I'd probably doubt it. But if Steelwind also doesn't have any memories, it becomes a lot more credible. She definitely has the missing piece we need to put this together. Are you going to the dungeon to speak with her? I am. Wonderful, I'll be accompanying you. What? As the royal advisor, I have a vested interest in the investigation. While I trust Lucio to leave no stone unturned, I hear you have quite the talent for seeing what the crown cannot. Well, it's not as if you have the authority to stop him, but you still don't know him very well. You'll need to be wary of what you say in front of him. But before that happens, I think I need to get myself... I'm not gonna, like... Because I have a hard time limit of an hour and a half from now, so I'm not going to be eating lunch on stream, but I am going to be getting a little something to munch on. And I need to re-up my water. My liter water bottle is about tapped out. So let us move to the dungeon, and then I'm going to take a little bit of a longer break than usual before we talk to Arya. So feel free to get up, stretch your legs. I'll be running some ads, so you won't miss anything. Probably give me like 5 minutes, and then we'll come back. Might be a little less, might be a little longer. I'm not sure, but I'll be back in a bit with some minor foods and more water. I mean, if you prefer HD, I could go back to the old BRB screen that was literally just me putting "be right back" in text over gameplay. I just think this looks a little nicer. Thanks for hanging in, everybody. Oh, that's true, the GIF of the kids. Just like that one, it seemed like it... yeah, that's fair. I could bring that back. I still have it, just I noticed that it wasn't, like, playing very smoothly. I had kind of forgotten about that HD, so... That's fair. I should be putting that in the rotation more. Anyway, you arrive at the dungeon and see the prosecutor sitting in a holding cell. She seems extremely stressed. It's as if she's trying to figure something out. The close-up of Issa on the clock tower?
Mr. Cuthbert, and your grace.
Steelwind gives a wary look to the Archduke. How are you doing?
As best as I can, all things considered.
Critter Vision is live. Understandable, I can't compete with them.
What brings you here?
We're trying to investigate everything that happened.
I see.
I was wondering if you could answer some of our questions. Sorry, I'm crunching baby carrots. I thought I had a better stream snack food that would take less chewing. But then it turns out it had gone bad, so... Wait, did they? Oh my god, these actually are organic. Fuck. Well, let me put these away. Which is great, because I was already feeling sick, so... Sorry, I'm gonna... Thank you for saying something, HD. I'll BRB again, and find something else to eat on stream. God damn it. Oh, I already tossed him in the trash. Thank you, HD. I'd rather not take the chance, and I'm gonna need to go grocery shopping soon anyway, so... Oh well. I'll return with delicious organic apple instead. It's a Honeycrisp. I usually don't like Honeycrisps, but they were on a crazy low sale, so I was like, alright, I can buy these instead of Fuji's for once. Steelwind, I know your situation is pretty grim right now. No apple recall as far as I know. But you know you can trust me.
You're not the person I'm worried about. At this moment, I don't even know if I can trust myself.
What? We heard that you don't have any memories of what happened. Is that true?
It is. No matter how much I try, I can't recall anything.
What is the last thing you remember?
I believe I was leaving my meeting with the High Speaker and His Majesty. After the meeting, I was planning to return to the nave to speak with my father, but I suddenly felt extremely nauseous. I thought some fresh air might help me feel better, so I went to the balcony.
The one over Lake Galacrond.
Yes, that one. The last thing I remember was losing consciousness as I looked out at the lake.
And did you cast any magic before this happened?
No, I didn't.
Are you sure you don't remember anything after that?
I don't. All I remember is waking up to the sound of someone sobbing. It was Celeste. She was crying over your unconscious body, Mr. Cuthbert.
I think that... Memory loss has been associated with victims of Eris's mind control, and she was on the scene at one point. And very clearly at least manipulating Beatrice. Because Beatrice made a pact with one of her underlings. So it's like 130% not Mage Blight at this point. We've thoroughly ruled that out. I feel like we've completely ruled out Mage Blight. So I doubt that's why you can't remember anything. Are there any spells that can specifically modify or destroy people's memories? It would certainly explain a lot of this.
No, arcane spells can only affect the physical world. But throughout history, mages have attempted to develop spells that can affect the mind. There's no recorded history of any of them succeeding.
But you're assuming that arcane spells are the only type of magic that exists.
What?
I think you've observed it already. There are magical creatures in this world that don't use arcane magic. Isn't that right, Mr. Cuthbert?
What?
Does he know about the Eye of Horus? I'm not sure what you're trying to imply. Don't take me for a fool. Several of my associates attended Freyga's trial. They all heard what that demon referred to you as.
Heavensborn.
If I learned that Lumina had anything to do with this... Your Grace, I'm not an agent of the Theocracy. And even if what you're saying is true, I wasn't the one who manipulated Steelman's memories. But I suppose you raise a good point. If something affected Steelman's memories, it wasn't necessarily an arcane spell. In fact, it couldn't have been an arcane spell. It was definitely something else.
You're probably right, which proves that I'm responsible for the murders.
What? You just said that you don't have any memories of what happened. Why are you so convinced that you're responsible for this? I told the Inquisition already. I saw Beatrice before I passed out. She is clearly involved in this somehow.
There's more to this than you realize, Mr. Cuthbert. For the past few months, the Inquisition and I have been investigating a string of seemingly unrelated murders.
Right.
During each of these cases, we were able to apprehend the perpetrator without issue. But there was always something off about them during questioning. The murders were always abnormally gruesome and passionate, and each of the perpetrators said the same thing. They all said that they had no choice.
No choice.
Cases like this have been occurring throughout Wivengard, and very little connects the perpetrators to each other. All except one thing. Each of them acted as if someone had controlled them against their will.
They were probably just desperate. Most murderers try to make excuses after they're caught. They could even just be in complete denial.
Orem said the same thing. But these cases were far too similar for me to ignore. I wondered if they were telling the truth. Perhaps each of these murders was committed by an unknown party. I didn't have any concrete evidence, but I knew it was getting closer to something.
So this is why Arya has to go now, and she's getting too close to the truth of Eris. The what? The Purple Conspiracy. Necromancy is purple. What the hell is the Purple Conspiracy? Steelwind, I don't mean to be rude, but this sounds
Completely insane.
You don't even have any physical evidence to prove these murders are connected.
There's one piece of evidence, but it's hardly concrete. But it does tie each of these cases together.
She takes out a small parchment from her pocket and shows it to you. It's a purple symbol.
Several of the people who were arrested had an item with this symbol on it. None of them could remember where it came from or even what it was.
Just bit my lip. Ah. God, I'm a disaster today.
Ow. But they all somehow knew that it was called the Purple Mark.
But there has to be an explanation for this. It could just be some esoteric superstition that we don't know about.
If that's true, then ask yourself one thing. Where did I get this parchment from?
You don't mean?
I found it in my pocket after I was properly confined. Whoever I've been chasing must have left it there to taunt me. For all I know, they could have controlled my body and forced me to draw this symbol myself.
Oh. Oh, that's blood from my lip on the apple. Great. Good. Good. Fuck.
Either way, this all but proves the massacre at the cathedral is related to it.
It's on my inner lip, so I can't exactly... This sucks. Damn my bite strength! I don't want to dismiss what you said, but this definitely won't hold up in court.
Nor should it. If my mind has been compromised, I can't take the risk of leaving this dungeon. Otherwise, I could end up harming more people.
Wait, are you planning to spend the rest of your life in prison?
If that is what is necessary to keep everyone safe.
Well, what about Aster? Weren't you two supposed to be married soon? He's the king now. You can't rule Wyverngard alongside him from a holding cell.
You're correct, but he's always been a remarkable person. He should have no problem finding another suitress.
You feel an overwhelming sadness emanating from her as she says that.
Arya?
No.
What?
You're not going to sacrifice everything for someone else's actions.
Mr. Cuthbert, I'm not going to risk more lives. If I would hurt His Majesty, I would never be able to forgive myself. Please don't ask that of me.
Oh. We can do argument. I probably already have a profile of her. Right, she has memory loss. Okay, let's just jump straight to the argument. Steelwind is going to throw away everything she cares about for the greater good. Even if she was the one who did all this, she is not the one who's responsible. You can't let her resign herself to a fate like this. Yep, we already have her profile. Acts for the greater good of the kingdom, regardless of the amount of suffering she must endure. Deeply in love with Aster. Still a rational person, be receptive to logical arguments. Okay? Oh my god, the saxophones. Oh, I'd missed you. Oh, love this track. Steelwind, are you seriously just going to throw your life away?
If it were necessary, I would give my life for this kingdom. If someone controlled my actions today, they can and will do so again. A villain controlled my mind, and as long as that possibility exists, I can't trust myself.
Doubt. I think the doubt is the best argument here. But that's assuming this person can continue to do so. You said so yourself. You haven't found any evidence to prove your theory. We don't know how this mind control works. We don't have enough information. We can't just drop this without finding out what really happened.
I suppose you're right, but I doubt there was any goal to this. The person responsible was just a sadistic killer. I've been investigating these murders for months, and I've never been able to find any personal clues as to who the perpetrator is. There's no way to connect them to this.
Oh, wait. The cage with Aster. That's not true, Steelwind. Whoever did this had very specific targets in mind. Both Prince Alaric and the High Speaker saw you when the murders were being committed. Not to mention they set a trap for Aster.
What?
Let's assume that someone was controlling you. They wouldn't have left Alaric, Arceus, or Aster alive if they were trying to kill as many people as possible.
I suppose you have a point there, but even so, that hardly narrows things down. If someone was controlling me, they wouldn't need to enter the cathedral to use me. Perhaps you're right. The perpetrator only wanted to murder the 3 victims. There's plenty of people who might want to see those 3 dead.
What? What the hell am I supposed to use to counter this? Didn't need to enter the cathedral to commit the murders? I don't understand what you mean. Oh, wait, the meeting? The marriage meeting? That doesn't necessarily counter not needing to enter the cathedral. Comatose Knights. Now I just bit my tongue a little bit. No, I'm thinking hard when I can't chew correctly. Jesus. Ow. Beatrice's actions? Spell compendiums won't help me. Soundproof room. Demon. No clear memories. Oh, wait. The purple mark? Because how else would it get on a person? Fuck. The perpetrator didn't need to enter the cathedral to commit the murders. I can't think of anything to counter this. I don't understand what the game wants from me at this point. With, like, debris... important information... Chat, any ideas? I'm completely fucking stumped here, and I don't want to burn up all my health. Like, this is such a bizarre statement in relation to what I have to counter it for clues that I'm legit tempted to look up the answer to this. Rather than... I guess I don't know if I game over if I completely screw up one of these arguments, because I've always done pretty damn well at these, but this time... I don't understand what the hell the game is talking about. Maybe the bit about framing Arya? Oh! Or no, not Shatter. Where's the... Yeah, and Force Cage... Point Indic... Yes, because they couldn't have commanded Arya to cast the spell. Okay. Good. Good. Thank you, CJ. Perfect. Okay. There's one thing you're overlooking. Before the murders started, someone trapped Aster within a force cage using Glyph of Contingency. But they didn't harm him. It's probably just a distraction. Even so, this gives us two very important clues. The first is that whoever did this is capable of casting those two spells. This means that the perpetrator was a mage. That's true. But the second clue is the most important one. Whoever set that trap for Aster, they did so within 24 hours of it triggering. This means that the perpetrator must have been someone who attended the funeral. So it was one of them. That narrows down our list of suspects substantially. There's a chance we can identify who did this. And if they really did control your actions, we can find a way to prevent them from doing so again. Steelwind, you need to fight this. I can't. What? Why not? Fighting this will put people in danger. If we pursue an individual like this, they might retaliate even more than they already have. They wanted to remove me from my position. How will they react if I try to resist? It might hurt even more people to send a message. It's far too dangerous. Ooh, yeah. Who will they target next? Your father, the king? Yeah. We need to point out that they might come for her boy toy. Whoever did this had a goal far bigger than you. You have no guarantee that they'll stop here. 3 nobles died today, and 2 of them were near the top of the political hierarchy. What if they decide to go after more victims? Who will they target next? Your father? The king? We need to catch them before they can do more harm. I know you're frightened about what might happen to the people close to you, but we can't let someone that dangerous get away with this. When you put it that way, I suppose I have no other choice, do I? I never realized it before, Mr. Cuthbert. What? You really have a bad habit of butting your nose into other people's business, don't you? Yeah, I suppose I do. It's alright, we can't let this go. I'll find a way to dispute this, somehow. Thank you, Mr. Cuthbert. I think we've known each other long enough. You don't need to be so formal. You've successfully argued against Arya Steelwind. Perhaps I misjudged you. I know I agreed to fight this, but... What is it? You're the most qualified attorney in the nobility. You'll definitely be able to make a case for yourself. As you probably know, House Sybil controls the legislative and judicial branches of our kingdom.
They've nominated my father as the prosecutor for my trial.
What?
No one believes my theory of mind control. Everyone believes that I overspent my magic and gave myself mage blight. As a result, they blame House Steelwind for Corlin Sibyl's death. Now, the only way for him to redeem House Steelwind is to convict me and sentence me to death. But he's your father! There's no way he would... This isn't the first time something like this has happened. When I was a child, my mother accidentally overused her magic and induced mage blight within herself. In her resulting psychotic episode, she massacred an entire village of commoners.
No.
House Steelwind almost lost everything after that. To redeem himself, my father personally oversaw my mother's trial and her execution. That's... My father values his duty to Wivengard over everything else. Nothing more matters to him than that, not even his family. I want to have confidence in myself, but I don't know if I can face him like this.
Mr. Cuthbert, what is your stake in all this?
What?
You hate the nobility, don't you? So why are you so intent on helping Miss Steelwind? Because she's innocent. I know she is. She would never be irresponsible enough to give herself mage blight.
Mr. Cuthbert?
It doesn't matter if she's a noble or a commoner. She's being oppressed by the system, and she deserves a fair trial. Well said.
What?
I, Remus Virgiliae, hereby grant you the privilege to serve as Miss Steelwind's counsel. Wait, really? I'll be acting as the judge and arbiter of Miss Steelwind's trial. It is within my right to grant such permissions. Thank you. But why would you... Do you think I've made a mistake? No, of course not. I'll serve as Steelwind's attorney. If she will have me. Oh, gotta protect that smile.
Of course. There's no one else I would trust more with this. And please, you've done a lot for me already. You don't have to be so formal. Please call me by my first name. Celeste has already taken to doing that. But since you'll be defending me, you'll probably need this.
Okay. Mend wounds, firebolt. Okay, that could be argued for how she started the fire. Shape liquid. Shit. Dispel magic. Steelwind strike. Detect magic. Polymorph. Damn it, I knew it. Polymorph. And hold creature. Hot enough to inflict third-degree burns. Okay. 120 feet without collision. Okay. Hold creature restricts movement. Unable to move any part of their body. Unable to move their mouth to speak. Okay. Steelwind strike. Targets of their choice within a 40-foot radius with a slashing force. Each slash has the might and power of a mage blade. Cut through thick metal armor. It's the ultimate spell of House Steelwind. Spell form is a closely guarded secret. Holy shit. Polymorph. Yep, that's definitely what happened to the prince. Senses and intellect. The prince was absolutely polymorphed. Dispel magic. Okay, it does not do any effects. Oh! It undoes the spell's effects as it does not undo the effects of the spell. Dispelling a shaped liquid will only prevent the caster from further manipulating the liquid. Will not unfreeze the liquid or change its shape back to normal. Interesting. I don't think I fully grasp that. So because the spell has already reshaped the liquid, it stays in that shape because the effect already happens. It just stops future effects? I guess that's what that means? It feels like it could get really messy with some spells. Then it's settled. We'll hold the trial at my home, the city of Leyden. Leyden? I've never heard of that place. Speak with Lucio. He knows the location well. Before you can ask any more questions, the Archduke leaves without a word. He really has a bad habit of just walking away from conversations. But I guess we should consider ourselves lucky. Even if it's unorthodox, the situation will let us approach this like any other trial. You had no idea what you were in for when you agreed to this. And what proceeded next would be unlike any trial you've ever been in. But even so, you persevered as you've always done in the name of justice. Regardless of what you'd have to sacrifice to do so. Yep, we are bumbling right into the trap. We are bumbling directly into the trap.
Tyrion, you've definitely lost.
You followed Lord Steelwind's directions to the letter, but it appears you found yourself in the ruins of an old city rather than the estate of the Archduke. I don't understand. This should be the place. The map even has that giant tree north of here.
This can't be the city of Leyden that the Archduke mentioned. Doesn't look like anyone's lived here in centuries.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, never mind. I was like, could the Archduke be her dad? But, not as much a resemblance as I was thinking. But Lord Steelwind's directions are pretty straightforward, so why are we... Wait a minute. Did he give us the wrong location on purpose? Please, what kind of dishonorable cretin do you take me for? Lord Steelwind, what are you two standing around here for? The trial will be starting shortly. He's not alone either. He's flanked by a division of the King's Guard and Arya. But it's difficult to tell if they're escorting her or keeping watch over her. You can see one of the knights channeling a spell over Arya. It must be an anti-magic field. Even now, she must still be wary about someone taking control of her mind. Wait, this is where we'll be hosting the trial? Yes, the Archduke has always been sentimental about this place. And I doubt a normal courtroom would have enough space. What? I really don't know what possessed him to trust you. It's a miracle he's even taking part in this at all. But nevertheless, let's not keep him waiting. Yeah, because he's a dragon. Before you can ask him to elaborate, he walks past you and heads towards one of the central buildings. It's completely dilapidated. You're a little worried it might collapse on you while you're in it. You look at the prosecutor and raise an eyebrow at her. But she merely shakes her head. It's clear she's just as lost as you are. Alright, I guess we're doing this. Oh! The title screen! I wondered when the okay. The title screen. This is where it comes back in. The ruins are filled with everyone who was at the Grand Cathedral that day. And they all seem to be just as out of the loop as you are. The only person who seems unfazed by the situation is Lord Steelwind. He's taken his position at the opposite end of the room. It seems that he truly plans on prosecuting his daughter. Thank you all for coming here today. I appreciate your cooperation with our investigation. Why have you brought us here? The place is filthy. It's crawling with insects and vermin. My apologies, but what happens here today must be kept under wraps for now. I had to choose a location that was away from modern civilization. But nevertheless, I welcome you all to my home. Wait, you live here? I do. Your Grace, I know you wouldn't bring us here unless you were completely certain. But I want to ask you one last time, is this truly what you wish to do? There will be no going back after this. What? I've made many mistakes in my lifetime. I gave Wuvengard the means to protect themselves, but all it did was warp them into something monstrous. I grew bitter seeing what I'd created, so I isolated myself from my people. I thought my best course of action would be to stay in seclusion and leave Wuvengard to fend for themselves. I see now what a fool I was. I abandoned my kin to survive in an unjust world. Now foreign powers have ingrained themselves in my kingdom. All because of my negligence. Foreign powers? Metal Gear? Does he still suspect that you're an agent of the theocracy? Well, no more. It's time that the people of Wuvengard and their enemies remember who watches over them. As he raises his hand, magic begins to swirl around him. But what's going on? The entire room is violently shaking. Whatever he's casting, it's unlike any magic you've ever seen before. He is a dragon. A blinding light envelops him, but you can faintly see his form changing. It's expanding, and from it... Wait, is that... What?
It's a dragon!
As the Archduke assumes his true form, the gallery breaks out into hysteria. Some of them kneel in reverence to the ancient dragon, and some of them cower in absolute terror. You even see some of them attempt to flee before they're stopped by the Knights of the King's Guard. Enough! This may not be a court, but I will have order. You're an ancient dragon. No, you're the last ancient dragon. That is correct, Heavensborn. I am the Lord of all lords. You all stand before Rathalion, the Scaled Lord. Rathalion, the Scaled Lord. Status, intimidating. Sorry. Text message that I have to respond to, because... Told the people I was gonna meet later that, hey, I'm starting to feel a little sick, so I probably shouldn't get y'all sick. Remus Virgile is an alias I assume when I walk amongst your kind. But make no mistake, even in my human form, I have always had the strength of an ancient dragon. Until now, only the lords of House Steelwind and the kings of Wyverngard have known my true identity. But I will hide no longer. My will alone will determine how this trial ends. Wonder if Rathalion is still alive, like you said.
I wouldn't be surprised. Despite everything, our kingdom's constitution still includes him in our government.
Wait, really? Yeah, he's the dragon. He's the dragon.
As the savior of our kingdom, he was given an honorary position on our political hierarchy. His authority technically rivals that of the king.
So that's why you're acting as the arbiter. You're the only person with the authority to convict any and all of the nobles here. Make no mistake, Mr. Cuthbert. I will remain impartial regardless of what transpires here. I will not interfere with this trial, nor will I try to manipulate its outcome. I will only mediate its proceedings, and pass judgment when necessary. Well, that's certainly terrifying. Now then, with introductions out of the way, shall we proceed? Of course, Your Grace. The prosecution is ready. The defense is also ready. I'm sure we're all thoroughly aware of why we're gathered here. But for the sake of doing this properly, could you please list the charges, Lucio? Of course. The defendant, Arya Steelwind, is charged with several counts of manslaughter. Her victims include many knights from the Kingsguard who are still unresponsive. And of course, there's Lloyd von Sanctus and Corlin Sybil, the heads of House von Sanctus and House Sybil, respectively. I think I need to give the dragon a new dragon voice, because otherwise, he and Lucio have very similar voices, and I'm gonna fuck it up. What is this farce? This trial has been over before it began. Lady Steelwind clearly overestimated herself. Even a child knows to be wearing Mageblade. No, don't you see? This is Bahamut's judgment. The divine powers that be clearly think she is unfit to rule at the king's side. Might I remind the court of my own testimony? I witnessed Beatrice Frege enter the prayer room before I lost consciousness. Isn't it suspicious that this occurred around 15 minutes before Pierce's death? Ooh. Okay, maybe I just need to alter his voice, actually. He's a lot more growly than I'd given him a voice for. If I recall correctly, you only caught a glimpse of her. You don't know if it was someone else disguised in an illusion. You didn't even speak to her. That's all the more reason to call her to the stand to explain herself. She has already testified that she has no memories of what transpired during the massacre. There's no need to drag this out any more than necessary, Cuthbert. My client has a right to a fair trial. and Beatrice Frega's involvement clearly implies some sort of foul play. Enough. I find Mr. Cuthbert's request to be reasonable, and I agree that Lady Frega's actions are quite suspect. Very well, let the defense have his battle. I only hope for his sake that his blade strikes true. Why is everything a war metaphor with you? Oh, her demon is here too. Beatrice.
I'm glad you're safe, Mr. Cuthbert.
Not for lack of trying on your part.
But that was... I have no memories of what I did.
Eris!
If I hurt you, I am truly sorry.
She actually looks pretty sincere, but it's not as if this is the first time she's lied to you. To be honest, I'm still a little doubtful about your memory loss.
But I'm not the only one who experienced it. Arya also has no memories of what happened.
And how would you know that?
Word travels around quickly in the dungeons.
What? Regardless, if you truly have no memories of what happened, could you testify about what you do remember? Perhaps there's a clue there we haven't discovered yet.
Very well.
I don't like that her demon is just able to, like, chill. Oh, we get different... This is different testimony music, isn't it?
I was with my sisters and my guide, Eris Ilmater. I was speaking with them in the garden when I suddenly fell ill and lost consciousness. When I woke up, my sisters found me. They said that I had gone missing for over an hour. I was confused, but when I later heard what happened, realized that someone must have taken control of my body. I have no memories of what happened. From what I understand, the same thing happened to Arya. And to make matters worse, there's nothing that indicates who may have controlled our actions.
So she's also saying that someone else was controlling her. Well, her testimony does match up with Arya's statement. But there's something off about the way she's testifying. If she were trying to lie to you, she would have been a lot more vague. What is she doing? She's been missing since the massacre happened. I really hope she's okay.
Oh, make no mistake, she's definitely okay.
What makes you so sure? Do you remember anything about what happened to her?
No, but it's just a feeling.
Enough of your speculation. Tell us what happened next, Frega. Ill, lost consciousness. Missing for over an hour. So you're also saying that someone else controlled your body?
Yes, it's the only explanation for why you saw me in the prayer room.
Objection! Absolutely ridiculous. Arcane magic is not capable of mind control. You're spinning a fairy tale to absolve yourself. You're compelled to agree with him. So why do you feel like something's wrong?
Think what you will, but please believe me when I say.
Your statement does match up with what happened to my client, but you clearly already knew what happened to her. You could just be using that knowledge to fabricate an alibi.
I suppose I can't blame you for thinking that after what you saw. Mr. Cuthbert, I know it doesn't mean much coming from me, but I am telling the truth.
That remains to be seen. Why would you even bring that up?
Well, if you had evidence that someone else was controlling us, it would exonerate both me and Arya. Think, Mr. Cuthbert, is there anything that would be the best case scenario, wouldn't it?
What?
It's nothing.
She looks extremely frustrated for some reason. So she's clearly trying to work around whatever, like, mental blocks, like, Eris is pulling her strings with. She's trying to tell me something there. The way she's testifying is a little bit strange. She immediately concluded that someone had taken control of her. Why would she bring up what happened with Arya? Oh, there's no way to... I'm a fucking idiot. Objection! Why would she say something like that? You found the contradiction, but it was almost like she gave it to you. Beatrice, you said there's no indication of who orchestrated this. But there is one piece of evidence that does just that, albeit loosely.
And what would that be?
This symbol. You pull out the parchment with the purple mark on it and show it to her.
Marunath, what are you doing?
What's wrong?
He's using his powers to suppress our connection.
Magic.
I can't actually see what you're trying to show me.
Marunath, can you stop being petty and just let her see it?
I don't take orders from you, Heavensborn.
I wonder, Mr. Cuthbert, what is on that parchment?
You see, Beatrice, Arya has been investigating a string of murders throughout Wyverngard. These murders appear to be unrelated, despite how gruesome they are. But they all share one thing in common. This symbol was found at each and every crime scene.
Objection! Don't tell me my daughter has roped you into her little conspiracy theory. Your mind control defense would be laughable if it were downright insulting.
Lord Steelwind, during the gap in Arya's memory, someone placed this mark in her pocket. It was clearly some sort of taunt from whoever orchestrated this.
Nonsense, she clearly drew that symbol herself during her psychotic episode. I've had to listen to her go on and on about her insane theory. She was obsessed with it.
Mr. Cuthbert, aren't you curious about what just happened?
What are you talking about?
Think about it. My apologies, I don't know why I said that.
Is everything okay, Beatrice?
Yes, I'm perfectly fine. Anyways, it looks like you'll have to figure the rest out on your own.
Figure out the rest on my own? What do you mean by that?
There's nothing to figure out. Your Grace, these two are making a mockery of us by spouting these insane theories. The defense clearly has no case. End this at once.
Considering what I know, I'd like to indulge this theory.
What?
The judge is finally giving you a chance for once. That's a first. You shouldn't waste this opportunity. You've actually been noticing it for quite a while. Beatrice has been acting strangely since the trial began. It's suspicious, but not in the way that seems to implicate her. It's almost like she's intentionally trying to make you realize something. Why don't you pull on this thread a little more? She just asked if you were curious about what just happened. You're not sure why she stopped herself when you asked for elaboration.
What event was Beatrice referring to?
But whatever she's trying to draw your attention to must be significant. Marunath hid the purple mark from Beatrice. Marunath, he didn't allow Beatrice to see the purple mark. He'd only do that if Beatrice would recognize it normally. Why would Marunath interfere? Marunath is her familiar, and he used to follow her orders. But things have clearly changed now that she belongs to the Empress of Discord. So why would a demon like Marunath interfere with this? The purple mark is related to a demon. The purple mark must be related to a demon somehow. That's the only explanation as to why he would prevent her from seeing the mark. But Arya has been investigating murders throughout Wyverngard. Does this mean that her investigation also has something to do with a demon? Arya suspected that each of the murderers was acting against their will. And now both Arya and Beatrice are also claiming they were controlled. How could something demonic control Beatrice? You can't explain what happened to Arya and these other individuals, but you do know why Beatrice might not have full control of her actions. Beatrice lost control of their actions due to a blood contract. You recall what was written on Beatrice's contract during her trial. It said what would happen if she failed to claim House Freyga. Her soul, her mind, and her life would all be claimed by the Empress of Discord. What does this tell us about Arya? If this Empress of Discord owns Beatrice's mind, would that mean they could also control Beatrice against her will? But if that were true, Arya lost control of their mind due to a... No, that... Really? No, that can't be right, can it? Did Arya seriously sign a blood contract with a demon? But why would she ever do that? But it's the conclusion that makes the most sense. Yeah, exactly. You can't think of any other way someone could control her against her will. And there is one way to find out for certain. The Divine Edict, that same ability you used against Beatrice during her trial. It was instinctual at the time, but you have some understanding of how it works. It creates a copy of a blood contract between a contract holder and the demon who created it. But for it to work, you need to know the name of the contract holder. In addition to that, you need the name of the demon who created the contract. Which demon did Arya make a blood contract with? Right now, you're only relying on guesswork. But going off of what you know, the demon who made the contract must be... the Emperor... Eugene Haraldson! The Empress of Discord. The so-called Empress of Discord. She was mentioned in Beatrice's blood contract, but you still have no idea who or what she is. Yes, we're completely clueless as to who the Empress of Discord could be. We have no idea. There's just absolutely no suspects as to who that could be. However, she was mentioned in a blood contract created by Maranath. She must be his superior in some way. That might explain why Maranath doesn't want Beatrice to identify the purple mark. You're not sure if a pseudonym is enough, but it's the closest you can get with what you know so far.
You've been awfully quiet for a while, Mr. Cuthbert. What are you thinking about?
He's probably imagining new ways to futilely stall for time.
I think I finally figured out why the witness and the defendant can't remember anything. And it would also explain why they didn't have control of their actions.
Objection! Again with this? You're so convinced of my daughter's conspiracy. Why don't you prove it? I knew it. Even you don't believe in the nonsense you're spouting.
Lord Steelwind, I want to be wrong about this. If I'm right, the implications don't bode well for anyone involved. So instead of telling you, I think it would be better to show you. Empress of Discord, wherever you may hide.
Damn it.
I knew you could do it.
By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Arya Steelwind. Fuck! Seems strange. It's only one page. Even stranger, there's a large empty space at the top half the page. There are only a few sentences at the bottom. For the intentions of this contract, the person who hands the contract to Arya Steelwind will be referred to as the patron. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the patron. This contract will bind Arya Steelwind to the patron so long as they both live. What the fuck? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You will save me from my fate, or else... No. It has to be tied to the letter I got, right? The person who hands the contract to Arya Steelwind. To the patron. Okay.
No! This can't be true! This is...
That's one way to bring order to the court.
Enough! Stop prattling amongst yourselves! Objection! No! This is a sham! This wretch has clearly created a convincing fabrication.
It's genuine, Lucio. It's impossible to falsify something like this. You can't deny the truth anymore, Lord Steelwind. There is a way to control someone else's actions. Arya Steelwind wasn't affected by Mage Blight. She was controlled against her will. With this evidence, there's no doubt that Arya did sign a blood contract. But it still doesn't make sense. I agree. Even if Arya was the type to sign a contract with a demon, there isn't a single part of this contract that benefits her. She must have been tricked. The patron... Arya signed the contract because it looked like a normal document. There's a large empty space above the terms of your daughter's contract. When I issue a divine edict, it creates a copy of the blood contract that I call for. I think when she was given this contract, it probably looked like something entirely different. So there was illusion magic on it, huh? Illusion magic, you say? Well, I'll be goddamned, illusion magic, huh? Isn't that a strange coinky-dink? Something else was written in this empty space to make it look like a normal legal document, which means that my client was not in control of her actions that day.
Objection! Enough of this! All of you!
Do you see now, Lord Steelwind? Arya was not responsible for what happened.
That remains to be proven.
What are you talking about? She has a blood contract that relinquishes control of her free will.
Not having control and not being responsible are two very different things, Cuthbert.
What?
I'll admit the defendant may not have had control of her actions when she murdered the victims. However, she did have full control of herself when she signed this contract.
Are you serious? No one in their right mind would willingly sign a contract like this.
And what of Beatrice Frege? Was she in her right mind when she made a contract with the demon Marnath? If we can't hold the defendant responsible, surely we should also acquit Lady Frege for the murder of her father.
That's hardly the same thing.
I, for one, fail to see the difference. A fool made a deal with a demon, and as a result, several esteemed members of the nobility were killed.
She's your daughter, Lucio!
And how does that change anything?
Damn it, he seriously doesn't care if he convicts Arya.
Honestly, this only places more responsibility on her for what happened. I could have accepted if she had been reckless and accidentally induced mage blight. But to sign a contract with a demon that only further espouses the need to put her down.
She was clearly tricked, Lucio.
Is that so? As a fellow attorney, would you really sign a contract without carefully inspecting it? Whether it was through foolishness, negligence, or both, the defendant willingly signed a blood contract. She compromised herself, and as a result, 3 nobles died. The responsibility falls squarely on her.
Wait, even if she willingly signed that contract, that's not entirely true, is it? The patron. Lucio, there's clearly someone else to blame for Arya's actions that day.
Oh? And who would that be?
I'd like to reread my client's blood contract to the court. I just kind of want to linger on this sentence for a minute. This perfectly shows everything that is insane about this game, and I kind of adore it. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the patron. That can only mean one thing. Whoever this patron is, they took control of my client and used her to murder the victims.
That's right. They could still be out there. None of us are safe until this patron is apprehended.
Surely, we can't end this trial while every member of the Wyvern Guard nobility is in danger.
Well played.
I'm compelled to agree with Mr. Cuthbert. Trickery or not, it's clear someone wished ill intent on the nobles.
Until we know who this patron is, you can't pass judgment on my client. Not until we know the circumstances that she signed the blood contract under.
And what would you have us do, Cuthbert? The contract does no stipulations about proximity or how this mind control works. For all we know, this patron could have murdered the victims all while sitting in their very home.
There was a clear intent behind this attack. Even if the patron didn't directly participate in the murders, they definitely had a motive. If Arya... I need more water. If Arya was being controlled, then we can analyze her behavior to determine who was controlling her.
I see. That does sound as good a plan as any. At the very least, we can't allow this patron to escape justice. Despite the questions raised, we've clearly made some headway. I believe we should take a brief recess to process these revelations. Very well.
Yeah, there's a dragon in this game now, Brian. And also mind control. We have Dragon Judge now. This game is insane and I love it. What you doing, man? You step outside the Scaled Lord's lair to get some fresh air. Lair to get some air. That's... Honestly, you're not wrong. These new revelations are a lot to take in. Oh yeah, game's fantastic. I would highly, highly recommend it. But yeah, I appreciate the lurk. Celeste looks especially down. From what you've observed, she and Arya have been speaking to each other a lot. They must have become friends over the many times they've met. I can't imagine how powerless she feels right now.
Arya, I'm so sorry. Don't be,
Her voice begins to break. She's always been stoic, but it's clear even she has her breaking point. I can't imagine what you're feeling right now, but there's still hope. If we can find out who did this to you, we can still save you. Do you remember if you've signed anything recently?
No, I don't.
Damn it. The patron must have wiped your memories to cover their tracks.
But I still don't understand. Even if I don't remember signing that contract, I don't think I would be that careless.
Right. As much as I hate to admit it, Lucio was right. You're an attorney like me, and we always carefully look over contracts before we sign them. Which raises the question of how the patron got your signature.
I don't know. I just...
Damn it. We don't even know what circumstances you were under when you signed that contract. For all we know, the patron could have used any number of tactics to coerce you into doing this.
That's also possible. Arya.
As you're deliberating amongst yourselves, Lord Steelwind approaches you.
What are you doing here? Father. I can't believe him. How does he have nothing to say?
His actions say otherwise, but you could have sworn you saw something through the eye. Yeah, he's still a human being. It's almost as if he was saddened and worried. His daughter made a one-sided deal with a demon. That's gonna get to anyone. Well, no matter how he feels internally, he's made it clear that he's your enemy. Whatever his motivations are, you'll overcome him, just like everyone else. We should also head back, Celeste.
Right.
No matter what it takes, you're going to see this through.
Court is now resumed. Shall we pick up where we carried off? How would you like to proceed?
I think we should review what we do know about the murders.
We do have a plethora of witnesses to work with.
That's correct, so let's start from the beginning. It all began at noon yesterday morning. I was at my house in Rathalome with Arya and my bodyguard, Celeste. I was speaking with them when a courier suddenly delivered a letter to my home. It's from Garrick Pierce, who wanted to meet with me and Celeste at the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord at 2 p.m. To make sure we were on time, we arrived at the Grand Cathedral at 1 p.m. At the time, we didn't know that the cathedral was closed to the public, but the knights guarding the cathedral allowed us through anyways. Apparently they were expecting us.
That should not have been possible. Due to the solemnity of the situation, we were very particular about who was permitted to enter the cathedral.
It's possible someone pulled some strings to let us through.
Or you two entered the cathedral illegally.
Well, I'm sure that knight from the Kingsguard can vouch for us.
I know about every order given to the Kingsguard, and none of them were told to let you two through.
It's possible the knight we'd met fell comatose like the others. And as long as they're unresponsive, we'll never know. Oh, how goddamned convenient.
Perhaps we should continue.
Anyways, we arrived at the church and spent the next hour sightseeing before we went to meet with Pierce. In that time, we met with Remus, Lucio, Arya, Aster, and Alaric. Around that time, Arya and Aster left together to meet with the High Speaker in his quarters. While exploring the cathedral, we spoke with Von Sanctus and Sybil. Then we spoke with the three Frege sisters and Eris Ilmater.
Eris Ilmater?
She's a friend of Beatrice Frege. The Kingsguard wouldn't let her bring her familiar into the cathedral, so she brought Eris to guide her instead. Anyways, we left the garden around 1:45 p.m. to meet with Pierce in the prayer room. And at around the same time, Arya left her meeting with the High Speaker and felt nauseous. The last thing she remembers is looking at Lake Galacrond.
A likely story.
Regardless, at 2 p.m., Aster went to pay respects to his father's body. Unbeknownst to him, a mage had placed a glyph of contingency in front of his father's coffin. It was set to trap him within a force cage.
What a despicable act. Considering what happened, the attack on His Majesty must have been a diversion.
Right. It was also at this time that both Beatrice and Eris went missing. Considering the timing of it all, someone must have taken control of Beatrice's body after the trap on Aster was sprung.
And are you saying this patron controlled her as well?
No, I don't think so. According to her contract, her mind belongs to the Empress of Discord, not the patron. It could be the same person. Furthermore, Arya's blood contract was created by the Empress. It's clear that the patron and the Empress were in league with each other.
Wonderful. Another demon we have to worry about.
Anyways, the patron and the Empress had all the pieces they needed. That's when they began the massacre. The patron took control of Arya's body, and they used her to murder Von Sanctus at 2:05 p.m. Presumably, Arya started a fire in the common room around this time. And since Von Sanctus's body was found there, this must have been after she murdered him. Shortly after, Prince Alaric spotted smoke from the fire and asked Arya what was going on. Arya responded by using an unknown transmutation spell to incapacitate it. Put two and two together, my man! It's not unknown, we literally have it in evidence!
To think they would use her to attack the prince as well.
Luckily, the effects of that spell were only temporary, and Alaric came out unharmed. After this, the patron used Arya to murder Sybil at 2:15 p.m. She brought Sybil's body to the westward balcony, where she dumped it into Lake Galacrond. High Speaker Arceus witnessed this, but he wasn't aware of what she'd thrown off the balcony until much later. The High Speaker thought this encounter was strange, but he continued with his business. He headed to the prayer room, but was turned away by the knight standing guard there. Yeah, currently unknown to court. Yeah, that's fair. It's like we're laying the foundation. We're like doing an actual lawyer thing. Meanwhile, Celeste and I were talking to Lord Pierce. When we showed up for the meeting earlier, he was clearly expecting someone else to show up. We tried to get to the bottom of what was happening, but he refused to answer our questions. And at about 2:20 p.m., we heard a commotion outside. Celeste went to investigate. I'm sorry. I just need my soul to be fed for a few moments. Wonderful. Continue, game. And that's when Celeste fought Arya. The patron's target was Garrick Pierce, but Celeste was too powerful to neutralize. They fought each other for about 15 minutes before Arya was finally unable to push past her. During their fight, the Empress sent Beatrice into the prayer room. She probably made Beatrice invisible to move undetected. She then used her to cast a sleep spell on Pierce and me to knock us out. I remember checking the time close to when this happened. This must have happened at 2:30 p.m.
If your testimony is correct, Beatrice Frega was actively used in this plan.
Yes, and considering how quickly the massacre unfolded, the Empress must have coordinated with the patron. They probably planned how they would use Beatrice and Arya to carry out the murders. Anyways, after Beatrice knocked us out, Arya finally pushed past Celeste and entered the prayer room. That's the part that is very sus to me. I think Celeste got tricked into signing a contract, and they manipulated her to do this. And before Celeste could chase after her, she'd already murdered Pierce. Arya and I were already unconscious by the time Celeste entered the room. The patron had already achieved their goal of murdering the three nobles. So she probably fell unconscious after they released their control over her. Arya and I regained consciousness shortly after. That's when the Inquisition arrested her for the murders.
Lord Pierce was one of the victims. Your meeting clearly had more significance than I'd realized. So tell us, Cuthbert, what was your discussion about?
It's fine. You can tell them.
Alright, as long as it's okay with you. For the past few months, Celeste and I have been investigating who her birth parents are.
I recall receiving many complaints about her during the Lord's ball.
Supposedly, Garrick Pierce had the information we were seeking. That letter he sent us said that he wanted to trade this information for his freedom. I assumed this meant that he wanted me to be his attorney.
Do you honestly expect us to believe that? Why would he ask for help from the attorney who had indicted him in the first place?
We thought the same thing. When we arrived for the meeting, it was clear I wasn't the intended recipient. This means that Pierce sent that letter to someone else.
You better not be lying to us, Cuthbert.
Frankly, I don't much care if you believe me. Regardless, if we examine every action Arya took, we can build a psychological profile of the patron.
I will give you that.
To begin, the defense would like to call the Inquisition commander to the stand. His testimony might shed some light on how Von Sanctus and Sybil died. Despite all these witness accounts, we still only know how Pierce was murdered.
Yes, he was impaled using a blade magically frozen from his own blood. That's hardcore.
In a grim sort of way, it's almost poetic that he died the same way Flintheart did. But you doubt that will give Celeste any kind of closure. I'm worried about that point. Anyways, we need to find out exactly how Arya murdered Von Sanctus and Sybil. The massacre was swift and efficient. It must have required a lot of forethought and coordination. We figured out who might have had this knowledge. We might be able to find out who did this.
I see. That sounds as good a plan as any. Kingsguard, escort Commander Orem White to the witness stand.
Oh, good. Now I get to do both their voices.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. Right,
Commander?
I'm sorry, I just can't do this. How am I supposed to act like this is normal? A giant lizard is standing right behind me.
Calling me a lizard is highly offensive, Commander.
Sorry, your scaled lordship. Sir?
Commander, just try your best to testify about what happened.
Yeah. It all started when we received a report from the Kingsguard. The prosecutor attacked Prince Alaric, and a fire had broken out in the common room. We weren't sure what the deal with Steelwind was, so we went to the common room to put out the fire. When we got there, we noticed a bunch of unconscious knights in front of the prayer room. We went to the prayer room. That's when we found Steelwind and Cuthbert unconscious next to Pierce's dead body. We later found the bodies of Von Sanctus and Sybil, too. That's when we realized that she offed all three of them.
So you still have no idea how Steelwind was used to murder Von Sanctus or Sybil?
Not a clue. It's especially worse for Von Sanctus. That fire burned a lot of the physical evidence off of his body.
What about Sybil? Was there any physical evidence on her body?
No idea about that either. She didn't have any wounds either. All we know is that she died of suffocation.
There's definitely more information you can glean from their investigation. Okay, I don't see anything outright wrong here, so let me just press around. And this is mainly based on Prince Alaric's testimony. Am I correct?
Yeah, we still have no idea which transmutation spell she hit him with.
Judging from the time of the report, this must have been well after all 3 of the murders occurred.
Yeah, it was unfortunate how that played out. Steelwind really was controlled. Whoever controlled her knew how to get the job done quickly.
That leaves the question of how they did this so efficiently. Was that wise? Regardless of who it was, someone assaulted a prince of Wyverngard.
We were already dealing with the king who was trapped in that force cage. Honestly, a lot happened in that hour. Most of our attention was focused on keeping the royal family safe. We can already conclude that the attack on the king was a distraction. Whoever orchestrated this must have known that we'd focus our attention on keeping the royal family safe.
You suppose that makes sense. The casualties still included many knights from the King's Guard. They probably had to spread their forces thin to protect everyone else and handle the fire in the common room.
What did you do when you arrived in the common room, Commander?
Did you see Arya or Celeste?
No, we only saw the aftermath of their fight. There were marks and craters everywhere in that hallway. Pierce's time of death was 2:45 p.m. The knights didn't arrive in the common room until 3:10 p.m. Didn't arrive at the prayer room until well after the battle had taken place.
Wait, wouldn't that mean you were in that room with Pierce's body for 25 minutes? Why didn't you look for help? You weren't waking up for some reason, so I kept channeling my healing magic into you. I'm really worried. Celeste either got brain-jacked or she actually did the murder. Looking back, I probably should have just looked for help. But even if Arya was unconscious, I didn't want to leave you alone in that room with her. Right. Sorry. Calling that moment is clearly taking a toll on her mind. I don't know about that. You should be more careful. I don't know about that. Judging from the timing, this would have been several minutes after he'd already died.
Yeah, and we had no idea what was going on. Pierce was already dead. You and Steelwind were unresponsive.
I can see why I'd be unresponsive. I was hit with a spell specifically designed to make people sleep. But why would Arya be unresponsive too?
We have no idea. We've never even heard of demonic possession until today. For all we know, it could have been a side effect of being controlled for over an hour.
You suppose that makes sense, but could that common thread truly be a mere coincidence? That last statement was a little vague. Perhaps you should ask him to elaborate more on one of the murders. Whose murder should he elaborate on? I think Von Sanctus because there's enough question marks there. Like, we haven't explained the cage that clearly went up around him to protect him. Could you elaborate more on Von Sanctus's murder? Was there any evidence that implied how he died?
Like I said, it's trickier with Von Sanctus because the fire partially burned his body. And our divination magic could only tell that he died of suffocation.
I see, so there's no other physical evidence.
Well, there is one thing. For his burn marks, we do know that he was hit with a firebolt before he died. We're guessing she wanted to weaken him before she dealt the final blow.
So he took a direct attack from her before he died. Anyways, please add this to your testimony, Commander White.
Sure, whatever you say, kid.
He didn't have anything to defend himself with. I think I can poke holes in that. Because that, wait, do I object with his... Yeah, Force Cage would stop that? Question mark? Can't be destroyed by anything, they are impenetrable. Yeah. Can't even teleport into or out of. Okay. There's more than one target they would be pushed away. Okay. Yes.
That's strange.
What is it now?
Commander White, you said that Steelwind attacked Von Sanctus with a firebolt before she suffocated him.
Yeah, she probably wanted to injure him so it'd be easier to subdue.
But that's what I find strange. Von Sanctus knew he was under attack. So why wouldn't he cast Force Cage to repel her?
Huh. I guess that's true. Von Sanctus was hardly a warrior, Cuthbert. Force Cage is an extremely useful spell, but it has to be aimed. He was hit with a firebolt, and he must have been in immense pain. I doubt he'd be able to think clearly under those circumstances.
I normally agree with you. He does suck. The crime scene tells another story.
What do you mean, Mr. Cuthbert?
Where do I have evidence of this? Yep. When we investigated the crime scene, we found traces of abjuration magic that formed a perfect square around the body. I'm sure if we measured the dimensions of that square, it would be 10 feet by 10 feet.
Which is the same length and width as the cube created by Force Cage.
Like you said, he was in no shape to aim it. So he cast Force Cage on himself to create a makeshift barrier.
Nonsense! If Von Sanctus had cast Force Cage on himself, he should have been protected from further harm. The defendant wouldn't have been able to suffocate him after that.
Perhaps there's some way to bypass Force Cage.
And once again, your ignorance of the arcane arts is made apparent. Force Cage is one of the most powerful abjuration spells in existence.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not quite sure what to make of this yet.
It can't be dispelled, and no one could teleport into or out of it.
Right. Aster was also trapped in a Force Cage, and he had to wait for the hour duration to elapse. So how did Steelwind suffocate him? Wait. If Force Cage is a perfectly closed space, is it possible that he ran out of air?
That would be a glaring weakness. House Von Sanctus obviously designed that spell to allow oxygen through the barrier. Before you ask, poisonous gases can't be pushed through the barrier either. Only oxygen can travel through it.
The oxygen was burned up and used to fuel the fire. There was no oxygen available. Right, and even if they had used poisonous gas, the autopsy report wouldn't have said he was suffocated. She burned all the oxygen out of the room. Only oxygen can travel through the bounds of a Force Cage. So how did Arya suffocate Von Sanctus despite that? The fire consumed all the oxygen in the common room. Force Cage is specifically designed to allow oxygen through its barrier. But what if there was no oxygen left in the room?
No oxygen? Ah, I see.
It was a fire in the common room. The patron knew Arya couldn't harm Von Sanctus once he was in that Force Cage, so she started a fire to eat all of the oxygen within the room. Yep. What should have protected him ended up trapping him, and the inability to dispel it ended up sealing his fate. Very creative. Well, I suppose that explains how the defendant murdered Von Sanctus. With that in mind, a lot of this plan sounds like it was improvised at the moment. Just like the murder of Pierce. And not only that, we assume that the patron used the same method to kill both Lord Von Sanctus and Lady Sybil. But I doubt Lady Sybil died under the same circumstances.
Correct, there was only one fire. If Sybil was in that Force Cage, the defendant wouldn't have been able to throw her body into Lake Galacrond, which means Sybil must have died by asphyxiation elsewhere. And it's clear our next course of action is to determine how Lady Sybil was murdered.
We still don't know where she was murdered.
The only witness who saw her around this time was the High Speaker, which was after the defendant disposed of Sybil's body.
Well, the High Speaker's testimony is as good a start as any. For our next witness, the defense would like to call High Speaker Theon Arceus to the stand.
What's wrong? It's nothing. Please carry on. Kingsguard, escort High Speaker Arceus to the witness stand. Witness, you will testify about...
Oh, the great and blessed Scaled Lord! To think you would grace us with your presence. Oh my god. Forgive me, Lord Rathalion. I spoke out of turn. He must think I'm an arrogant fool.
Wow, it looks like the witness is schmoozing the judge for once.
How many times do I have to tell you people that I'm not a god?
Yes, I revere and serve the god of dragons, but I'm not Bahamut's avatar.
But you're the Scaled Lord.
I'm just a dragon. I'm not even a powerful one. I'm not a deity.
This humility. That's exactly what Bahamut's avatar would say. I swear to God. He even swears by the god's name.
Lucio, please handle this. Perhaps another approach is warranted. High Speaker Arceus, the great and powerful Rathalion calls upon you today. We require your...
You require my blood. Of course, I will gladly give my life for the Scaled Lord.
What? No!
Of course, my blood could never be enough.
Would you just let me?
I will do as you wish, my lord. It might take some time, though. I'll need some time to gather some followers and...
Oh my god, we just want your testimony. The italics indeed. Just tell us what you saw when Miss Steelwind was at the westward balcony yesterday.
I see. If that's what you truly wish, my lord.
Are we just going to ignore how ready he was to commit mass murder? Tyrion, we have to add him to the list of people who go up against the wall when the revolution comes. The religion needs to die too. I mean, even the Scaled Lord himself is on board.
Be quiet. We just got him to calm down.
I was doing some paperwork in my quarters, and I suppose I lost track of the time. My alarm went off, and I realized that it was time for my afternoon prayers. I began heading to the prayer room when I spotted Lady Steelwind looking over the westward balcony. I tried to greet her, but she didn't respond to me. That's when I noticed she was pushing something large over the balcony and into Lake Galacrond. I asked her what she was doing, but again she ignored me and went toward the prayer room.
No, keep him. His influence will come in handy. True.
I thought nothing of it and made my way there as well. That's when the guards there turned me away. Went back to my quarters to do my prayers there. Why was that capitalized?
Considering the timing of it all, this must have happened minutes before she began attacking the prayer room.
Yes, I consider myself lucky. The Scaled Lord must have graced me with divine luck.
Please, just stop. Considering how quickly she was moving, there has to be a reason why she waited there. Was she waiting for the High Speaker to leave? Perhaps you should closely examine the timing of these events. Right, timing. Not one of my strong points at analyzing. Alarm went off, time for afternoon prayers. Pushing something large, we need more details there. So she ignored you. What was her expression like?
It was very cold and emotionless.
The patron must have had control of her when this happened.
Yes, that certainly makes the most sense.
But what time did this encounter happen?
It was shortly after my alarm went off. It was definitely before 2:15 p.m.
Oh! Happened before... When did the man die? Oh! Died it... Oh my god, I was completely right. She died from suffocation by being pushed into the lake. Okay, wild. Okay.
Objection!
Wait, what?
Is something wrong?
There is, but I'm not really sure what it means.
Stop stammering and say what you want to say!
Hi, speaker. You said that you saw Arya dumping something over the ledge of the balcony.
There's no need to be vague, Cuthbert. It's clear from the evidence that he saw my daughter dumping Lady Sybil's body.
That's the thing, Lord Steelwind. It couldn't have been Sybil's body.
What are you talking about? The location from that balcony to where we found Lady Sybil's body lines up perfectly.
That may be, but the witness just said that he saw Arya dumping the body before 2:15 p.m.
Wait!
You see it too, don't you, Lucio? How did Arya dump Corlin Sybil's body into Lake Galacron before 2:15 p.m. if her time of death was 2:18 p.m.? They incapacitated her first.
I see. That does seem peculiar. But we know the defendant threw Sybil's body from that balcony. There would be no other explanation for how it ended up there.
Yes, that's also true. Perhaps she was still alive when Arya threw her off of that balcony. She could have been knocked unconscious with a sleep spell.
Your Grace, there were no traces of conjuration magic on her body. Even if she was asleep, she wouldn't have survived a fall from that height. The distance from that balcony to the lake is more than 30 stories. The autopsy report says the cause of death was suffocation, not blunt force.
Right. So when did she die? She must have died while she was falling? That... Okay, whatever. Surrender to madness. Did she die while she was falling? No, the cause of death was suffocation. Couldn't have obstructed her airway after she was thrown... Okay, I was overthinking it. She must have died after she hit the water.
But, Mr. Cuthbert, Lucio just said that she would have died upon impact.
But that's assuming she didn't do anything to lessen the blow. She might have... Oh, of course. She might have had the opportunity to cast a spell to protect herself. That might explain why her body isn't as damaged despite falling from such a great height.
Objection! Again, that doesn't match with the evidence. Lady Sybil's spell compendium contains a spell, Slow Fall. If she had the opportunity to cast a spell, she would have used that spell to slow her descent. She wouldn't have taken any damage from hitting the lake if she'd done that.
That's a really good point. But just indulge me for a second. Which spell did she cast on herself? What did she have in Compendium? Strike True, Detect... What if it was Stone Skin? What if it was Stone Skin, actually? From any physical harm. It's also Alright. She must have cast Stone Skin on herself.
Stone Skin?
If you recall, the High Speaker mentioned that something was strange about the object Arya threw over the balcony. It was much darker and didn't match with Sybil's usual garb. Almost as if there was something else Sybil was wearing. That object was actually Lady Sybil, protected by a layer of stone.
But that still doesn't explain why she would cast that instead of Slow Fall.
He's right. Why did Sybil cast Stone Skin on herself? Sybil cast Stone Skin before she was attacked? After... Arya cast illusory image? Oh wait, Arya tricked Arceus before... the murders? I don't understand what they're trying to hint at here. Oh, I thought I already tried this for some reason. She cast Stone Skin on herself before she was thrown into the lake. Arya must have attacked her, and she cast that spell in response.
Huh. That would protect her from the Steelwind strike.
But that doesn't seem quite right.
What do you mean?
I may not have seen much, but I saw that the object Arya dumped was stiff and motionless. If it had been Lady Sybil, she would have been struggling against her, wouldn't she?
That's a good point, too. What other spells could she have to incapacitate? Hold creature, of course. The High Speaker saw Arya dumping a motionless Sybil, but if we assume my logic is correct, she would have also still been alive. So why wasn't she struggling against Arya? Sybil was affected by a spell. She must have been affected by a spell. And considering it kept her from resisting Arya, the patron must have made Arya cast that spell on her. This one's easy. It was Hold Creature. Sybil must have cast Stone Skin on herself when Arya attacked her. The patron must have known that Arya couldn't physically damage her like that, so they ordered her to restrain Sybil with that spell.
Huh. And Sybil died by suffocation.
That's right, Lucio. Drowning! Even if she was restrained, Sybil was still protected by Stone Skin. That would have left only one option for the patron. Sybil drowned in Lake Galacrond. Sybil suffocated when Arya threw her into Lake Galacrond. Her Stone Skin lessened the impact of the fall, but it also made her drop like a literal rock. Arya's Hold Creature spell prevented her from moving or releasing her spell. She was helpless as she sank to the bottom of the lake. What a terrible way to go. I believe that covers all three of the murders, then.
Yeah. Lord Von Sanctus suffocated to death in his own force cage. Lady Sybil drowned after Arya cast Hold Creature on her. Loras Pierce died after being wounded by a blade created with shape liquid. The only common thread I see is that the patron used some of the victims' magics against them. How does that connect to Pierce? Did he cast shape liquid to make a blade to defend himself? Maybe the murderer took it from him and used it against him? No, but he was knocked unconscious alongside you. He couldn't have been the one to create that blade. Anyways, whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of each of the spells they used to defend themselves. They knew that Von Sanctus couldn't dispel his own force cage. They also knew that he still needed oxygen from within it. And in Sybil's case, they knew Arya couldn't physically harm her once she had Stone Skin active. They also knew that Hold Creature would prevent Sybil from dispelling her own Stone Skin. Not only that, they did all this in a quick time frame. Von Sanctus and Sybil died within 13 minutes of each other. And if Arya hadn't encountered Celeste, Pierce might have died just as quickly. So whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of high-level magic. Not only that, they came up with creative ways to bypass the defenses put up by Von Sanctus and Sybil. Yes, they had the ability to react quickly and decisively. But considering the circumstances, that hardly narrows it down. Several members of the Four Pillar families were present that day. Each and every one of them studied at the Imperial Academy. They would all be knowledgeable in magic and its applications. Something they're saying isn't sitting right by you for some reason. There's something there, so why can't you see it? It's no use, you just can't piece it together yet. The game's like,
Hey player, we know you see it, but you can't present it just yet.
'Cause who else studied at the Imperial Academy? It's that bitch. It's that bitch. But you're not finished yet. There's another angle to this. Consider who the patron did and didn't target. What's similar about some of the targets? The victims were Lloyd Von Sanctus, Corlin Sybil, and Garrick Pierce. What's a similarity that we can draw between at least two of them? Sybil. And the Sybil. Sybil and Von Sanctus are house leaders of pillar families. Von Sanctus and Sybil were the heads of their respective noble houses. Are you saying the patron's goal was to assassinate leaders of the Four Pillars? That's the motive that makes the most sense. But that does leave one question.
Don't be coy, I'm not daft, Cuthbert.
Actually, I highly doubt it was you.
Really now?
Out of most of the people here, you could have easily tricked your daughter into signing a blood contract. But why would you need to do that? You're the Grand General of Wyvern Guard's military, and the cathedral was filled with your men. You could have easily equipped one of your best mages to carry out this massacre. You wouldn't even need to make a deal with a demon to do so. So why wasn't Lucio targeted then? From her encounter with Celeste, it's clear there's a limit to Arya's combat capabilities. The patron might have simply doubted Arya's ability to defeat the Grand General, but there's also another explanation. The patron wanted to save House Steelwind to make them suffer? They wanted people to see her. Thalion, Lucio, Arya. No, because Arya was being controlled. From the nobility? Let's save Tyrion. Wanted to frame House Steelwind for the murders, of course. The patron wanted people to suspect House Steelwind for the murders. They used Lucio Steelwind's daughter to commit the crime. Then they intentionally left him alive to cast suspicion on him.
That's why they used my daughter?
Is that a tinge of anger you feel from him? No shit, dude! Anyways, that leads me to my next point. Imagine if we never discovered Arya's blood contract with the Empress of Discord. What would have happened? We'd still think that Miss Steelwind succumbed to mage blight. She would have been convicted for the murders, and trust in House Steelwind would be forever diminished. About a month ago, House Frege lost its head, and his successor, Leith Frege, was woefully unprepared to take his place. Now, the heads of House Von Sanctus and House Sybil are dead, with House Steelwind being held responsible for it all. All four of the Pillar families would have been weakened as a result of the massacre. But I think there's another layer to this. Everything fits together if we assume that the patron's goal is to weaken the Pillar families. Except for the murder of Garrick Pierce.
Yes, in contrast to Sybil and Von Sanctus, Pierce's political power pales in comparison.
Furthermore, Pierce was already scheduled to be executed next month for the murder of Flintheart McCoy. Why would the patron go to the trouble of murdering a condemned man? Patron knew the identity of Celeste's parents? And that would be bad for them, maybe? It has to be something Pierce did recently. Pierce... Oh, Pierce knew the identity. Right. I have no idea who Rudolph is. I'm sure it's someone I met at some point. I don't remember. The patron murdered Pierce because they needed him to die as quickly as possible. Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's biological parents. My parents? Oh my god, it's been a while since you talked. Do you remember what Pierce said when we showed up for the meeting?
Ah, you finally arrived. I suppose this means you finally decided... Wait, you two?
We got your letter.
Letter? What letter?
You sent us a letter, Pierce. It said that you knew who Celeste's parents were.
I did send that letter, but not to you two.
We weren't the intended recipients of that letter.
That's right.
So that leaves one last question. Who did Pierce originally send that letter to? The patron. There's only one person Pierce could have sent that letter to. The person who orchestrated the massacre in the first place. The patron.
But that means...
The patron is someone who would be threatened by Celeste's parentage.
Order! Order in the court!
But I don't understand.
I'm sorry, I know this is a lot to take in, but I think they were targeting you for some reason. Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's parents and attempted to blackmail the patron with this. Instead of complying with Pierce's demands, the patron instead sent the letter to me.
But why go to the trouble of luring you there? They could have just allowed Pierce to wait in the prayer room while the defendant made her way to murder him.
Looking back on it, it's possible they wanted to kill Celeste too.
What?
They knew I wouldn't meet with Pierce alone, and the information he had was about her. The patron correctly guessed that I'd bring her with me. By killing both Pierce and Celeste, they'd eliminate any threat Celeste would pose to them. But who would be threatened by such information?
The mere existence of McCoy throat posed a threat to them. Must have something to do with her birthright.
Right. So who would that leave? Is it a secession crisis? We don't know shit about fuck as far as her real parents go. Is it really the royal family? King de Wyverngard just recently died. What if Celeste was a member of the royal family?
You think I'm a princess?
I don't want to suspect Aster, but we need to consider every possibility. When it comes to conflicts of inheritance, a royal line of succession is the first thing that comes to mind. Not only that, the king would have the authority to pardon Pierce for his crimes.
But that wouldn't entirely make sense.
What do you mean?
If McCoy was abandoned in a tavern in Cornhaven, we must assume she's a bastard child.
Okay, I don't know why you have to bring that up.
My point is that the king wouldn't abandon a child of pure royal blood. The kingdom requires heirs to continue the royal bloodline. He would have leveraged her in a diplomatic marriage.
That's disgusting.
That's diplomacy, Cuthbert. Anyways, even if McCoy was of royal blood, Aster's the king's eldest child. And he's of pure royal blood. McCoy would have no claim to the throne under these circumstances.
Right, I see what you mean. I suppose that eliminates Aster for now. Is it House Steelwind? This is so confusing that I have to piss. I intended to be done by now, but there hasn't been a good part to leave off, so sorry. I'm gonna AFK real quick. I'll try and make it fast. I really have to pee. Oh my god, I'm so hungry. I can definitely tell I'm coming down with some kind of cold or something. But I have to keep going. I gotta keep going. I don't want to end this off on a bad point. Could it be House Steelwind? As much as I have my doubts, House Steelwind is the only Pillar family whose house leader survived the past month.
Do you think I'm McCoy's biological father?
You're barely even father to your actual daughter.
I'm only stating that possibility for the sake of argument. As I've said, it wouldn't make sense for you to frame your own daughter when House Steelwind would be blamed. But we need to consider every possibility. The Eye Taker doesn't make any goddamn sense. How's Frege? I recall that during Beatrice Frege's trial, we heard William Frege's last will and testament. It mentioned that House Frege's assets would be divided evenly between all of his children.
Ah, if McCoy were to be revealed as a Frege, his daughters would be legally obligated to share the estate with her.
Could I seriously be a Frege?
I don't want to suspect Leif or Miriam, but we need to consider every possibility. As we've seen, the Freges are no strangers to making deals with demons. But still, it doesn't quite fit. I doubt Leif or Miriam would do something like this.
What are you basing that on?
I tend to be a good judge of character, and they just don't seem like the type to do something like this.
Ah, you're far too trusting. I hold no doubt that any of William's children would be capable of something like this.
I suppose we'll have to see. Really? Is it this? Could it seriously be this? That doesn't... No, because the like, postscript of the last trial implied that, like, Eris replaced the Eye Taker's daughter and, like, slowly tortured, like, had her demons, like, consume the Eye Taker's daughter. But I guess she could be another daughter? But why wouldn't the Eye Taker have said anything about his missing daughter? What if the Eye Taker orchestrated this whole thing?
The Eye Taker? That common criminal. What reason would he have to do this?
I've heard firsthand that he was planning to expand his influence throughout Wyverngard. He was actually plotting with Beatrice to use House Frege to do so. Since I ruined his original plan, setting up that massacre might have been his backup plan. Perhaps we're looking at this all wrong. What if Celeste was a part of the royal family and they were planning to use her to take the throne?
But if he wanted to do so, why would he put McCoy in danger by having my daughter attack her? Not only that, he also had the perfect opportunity to murder His Majesty. Imagine if he'd placed a more lethal contingent spell in that glyph of contingency. His Majesty might have very well died alongside Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. We need to consider every possibility. Ugh, but I can't think of anyone else.
Yes, there's a flaw with each suspect. Your logic is clearly flawed.
Well, you don't see him coming up with any ideas. There's something here I'm not seeing. But I know I'm close. There's a missing piece that ties this all together.
Regardless, we still have no idea who this Empress of Discord is. I am loath to allow such an individual to walk freely through Wyverngard.
Your Grace, you've been alive since the creation of Wyverngard and magic. Do you know who this demon is?
I can't say I do. Demons tend to take on many titles over their lifetimes. But whoever this Empress is, they are brave to so blatantly encroach on my domain, like this.
Well, I suppose we'll just have to cross that bridge when we get there.
We've obtained a lot of information today, but we clearly have many questions that need to be answered. How should we proceed?
Ugh.
What is it, Mr. Cuthbert?
I can't help but feel that there's something here I'm not seeing. I just can't put my finger on it.
We have been working at this for quite a while. Perhaps we should suspend proceedings so that we can look into these new leads. I have no objections. Would give my men some time to look into what we've discovered today.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Why did it go to Tyrion? Was that just a graphical glitch? Was that Eris fuckery? Could it be William Afton? Then it's settled. We'll be postponing proceedings for now, but you'll all be expected to return here by tomorrow morning. You are all free to return to your homes for the time being. But make no mistake, the King's Guard will be keeping careful watch over all of you.
There's still this constant nagging sensation in the back of your mind. Hey, Tyrion? It's as if you've forgotten something extremely important. Tyrion? What is it? What could be so important yet so difficult to remember? Tyrion!
Sorry. I was just thinking about everything.
You're looking really stressed out. Do you want to head back to your house to rest?
No, we only have a day until the trial resumes. If we can't figure out what happened after tomorrow, the magical traces will dissipate.
But you already know what happened. You just don't know who did it.
Yeah, but we should speak with the suspects again. Maybe if I get lucky, I'll see something through the Eye of Horus.
But one of the suspects is the Eye Taker. What are you going to do about him?
I suppose I'll have to speak with him too.
What? No! What if he tries to kill you again?
Arya's life is on the line. That's just a risk I'll have to take.
Tyrion, do you even understand what you've been pulled into?
What?
Someone just murdered a bunch of nobles, and they even attacked members of the royal family. Now there are ancient dragons and demon lords involved too. Isn't this above your pay grade?
Ouch.
You know that's not what I meant. Isn't this... It's just this whole thing is crazy, isn't it?
It's fine. It's just like any other of our investigations.
It's not, though. What if the Empress of Discord attacks you? What if the patron decides that you're getting too close to the truth? What if I can't...
Her voice begins to break. Celeste? Are you still worried about what happened during the massacre?
It's fine. I'm fine. I already told you that you didn't do anything wrong. You almost died, Tyrion.
I know.
Tyrion, you almost died.
I know, Celeste.
No, Tyrion, I don't think you do. Do you have any idea how worried I was when she broke past me? When I saw you all lying on the floor, so many things were going through my mind. I don't know what I would have done if you were...
She can't even complete that sentence. Celeste, You're so focused on everything else that you've been ignoring her. She was attacked by Arya and almost died. You never even thought about how traumatic that must have been for her. I'm sorry. I didn't think...
Don't apologize. Just please. Please, just leave this to Lucio and the Scaled Lord. You've done enough already. They can figure the rest of it out.
What if it's not enough? I'm not so arrogant that I think they can't do it without me. But what if they can't figure out who the patron is? Arya will spend the rest of her life in prison. What if I could have done something to prevent that?
I don't care if that happens.
Celeste!
I don't care, Tyrion. I'll apologize to her all you want after this. All I want is to keep you safe. And I don't know if I'm able to do that anymore.
Even she seemed surprised by what she said.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to...
I'm really happy you're a part of my life.
What?
I know what you're saying is coming from a place of care. And I'm really sorry about how much I've been worrying you lately, but...
You're not gonna stop, are you?
Like I've always said.
Man, king, or god, nothing will stop you from getting justice for your clients. I'm gonna talk to Lucio.
What?
We're gonna meet the Eye Taker again. We're bringing some knights with us.
Celeste, that's hardly...
Nope, you don't get a say in this. If you're not here when I get back, I will find you.
Judging from her expression, it's not an empty threat. Fine. Just go. She might have a point, though. Before everything happened, you weren't even sure if you wanted to continue being an attorney. Maybe you should consider a safer, quieter life after this is all done. Perhaps a life with her. Wait, what?
Alright, Lucio's cleared it. Surprisingly easy to convince him.
Are
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Let's not waste any more time. Before she has a chance to respond, you hastily walk past her.
Hey, don't walk so far ahead.
You need to stay focused on the trial for Arya's sake. When this is all over, you'll... Well, you suppose you don't have to think about that until then. Tyrion, she is clearly into you. She literally wants to bury your children. My guy, it will turn out all right. I would love to save my progress. But that's going to be where I have to leave it off. My voice is rapidly failing me. So I will be around next weekend. So apologies if the Thanksgiving holiday causes any of you to miss it, but the VOD will be up as normal. I will be, in all likelihood, streaming the finale of this a week from today, starting at around the same time, 9 a.m. Mountain, because unless they change on me last minute, I don't think I have any family obligations that day. So I'll return on Wednesday with some more relaxed gambling with Vegas Stakes, Saturday with Shuffle Saturday, playing a different randomly determined game every 30 minutes, and maybe streaming something on Black Friday as well, because I get the day off, so hey, why not? So thank you, everybody, for coming out. Spend a little bit of your morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it may be for you. If you're watching the VOD after the fact, I see you. I appreciate you. Hope y'all are enjoying this game as much as I am. I don't see anybody I know streaming, but Brian was here earlier. He goes live later in the day. If you aren't following him, follow him. Plays a good variety of games and has a fun gambling wrestling minigame called Twitch Championship Wrestling. That gambling with channel points, to be clear, that he runs along with it, that I have a lot of fun with. So you can go watch him later today if you crave more of the content. For
I am no longer physically capable of delivering anymore. Okay, my name's Wimbert. I'll see you around the internets.
Bye, everybody.